Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
All right, just frantically getting everything organized today. Wow, why am I way up there? Why am I way up there? Let's move a little bit, shall I? It's like be down here or something. All right, good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict. Welcome. Welcome. I think I can go on the big screen today. Is that all right? Welcome. It's good to have you here. It is going to be an amazing day. It's going to be a wonderful day. It's going to be incredible. I hope everyone, including all the attorneys, slept at Holiday Inn Express last night because they're going to need it. They need to be on their A game today. We have a couple things happening today that are going to be Alex stole it. A couple things happening that are going to be pretty interesting. Obviously, from the thumbnail and the title, we know that the jury is on a field trip today. That was timed perfectly. That was amazing. We know the jury's going to be on a field trip right now, and that's all cool. We're good with that. Let's let them go out and have their fun. I think Judge Newman is going to drive the bus, so that's why I put him there. Let's see. I think that's going to be this big machine outside my house. Let's see. Lots of things need to talk about today. A ton of things. We've got, first of all, we're going to have a lot of just discussion and back and forth, Q&A, things like that this morning. That's going to be great because court doesn't start until, we've got like a couple hours until court starts. Michelle Stark has a bus driver's license. That's awesome. Michelle, why's my audio just a little bit quiet? Was that better? Okay. Here's what I've got. First of all, it's a big day because Myra, our CEO of the internet, has reclaimed ownership for today. She's. I wish I could link it, but it scrolled up off the page. But let's see, Myra. There's a comment right here. Myra's talking about her book there, but she was first on the internet. She did say hello before Adam Nusky came in. Horse Sheet and Bananas immediately after. Denise, Golden Mom, Weather Watch. They were all KX Star, all right there, almost at the same moment. But Myra did come in first. So she is the owner. Well, she's the CEO of the internet today. She's going to actually clean everything up from you guys. Not that you did a bad job in the past, but she says apparently there's an audit coming up and she wants everything in tip-top shape. So the internet will be running great today. Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Myra. Good to have you back in charge. So let's see where we've got. We have, let's do a quick roll call. And I'm trying to watch off two screens to do this. So we've got Myra, Adam Nusky, Horse Sheet and Bananas, Denise Feldman Ersland, Adam Nusky, Golden Mom, Weather Watch, KX Star. Mo is here, Jeeps, Mac, JK, Shells, Rev Minister, good morning. Sharon McDonald, let's see, Roxy Moser. Roxy, good to have you here this morning. Fantastic supporter of the program. Good to have you all the time. Not a Drama Llama as well. Let's see. Lee, Kathy, Roxy Moser, Weather Watch, True Celtic Mutt from Virginia, just north of me. See Kathy on the globe. Richard's here. Kathy here as well. Kathy, I still need to pick your brain on StreamYard. One Man's View is here. Good to have you. Sorry, I'll click links so you can see them. How about that? Let me switch. I feel weird looking off the screen when I'm on camera like that. There we go. Ritz, My Dog Murray, Sharon McDonald, One Man's View. The wheels of the bus go round and around. Don't forget to turn your cap backwards so we can lick the windows. Yuck. Yuck. Let's see. Is Ari going to be our tour guide driver? Oh, we should. I've got the drones. I've got everything we need to go out and have a fun time at Moselle if you guys are up for it. Let's see. Ritz, Michelle Stark, Beck Z. I'm really curious. If you guys can't notice, there's like a large tractor just feet outside my window, and I don't know what he's doing there. And I can't see because I've closed the windows so as to not be polluted by that daylight thing that happens out there. Good morning, Michelle Phillips. Vixen, Amber's here. Good morning to you, Amber. Pampered Glamper, it's Marissa. Let's see, Jennifer Clark. I see you. Patricia, Weather Watch. We've got Zoom open as well, so we might have some guests pop in, depending on their schedule. Here's one who's always got an invite as well. Matthew Harris. Did the jurors get their permission slip signed by their parents before today's field trip? You laugh about this, you joke about this, but Brian Enton was out at the site yesterday, and I guess I'm not sure if it's the pine trees or what, but they were dying from pollen. And what happens if like a juror has like an asthma attack or something out there? This is the number of things that could go wrong here are legion. We know that a lot of people think, that nobody will be allowed to fly drones over there because of this. But to stop drones from flying, the judge can't order that. He doesn't have the authority over that. It has to be the FAA. That's a federal thing that has to happen. And so he'd have to coordinate with the FAA to get a temporary flight restriction over the area so that drones can't fly there. It's bizarre. There's going to be drones up in the air. There's going to be people all over the place. There's going to be looky-loos all over the route on the way there and back, trying to get a picture of the jury, trying to get a picture of the tour, the bus, the judge, the attorneys at the scene. It's actually difficult to see anything from the road. There's a couple points where you can see the roof of the kennels. There's like one point where you can still see the house at the right angle if you're up by the gates. But everyone's going to be all over the place. I'm sure the police are going to try to close that road. There might already be people there, and under what authority can you kick somebody out? I'm not sure if the police can say this is a crime scene and not allowed to be here. I mean, I honestly question the authority they have to close the road and say no one's allowed to come here because the jury's coming here. Well, what right do they have, over me that can use that same road? It's a public road. Can't believe they get to see the scene, and it would drive me nuts to not ask a thing. The judge will be there, and he might actually talk to them, and I'd be interested to know what he says. Misty Farley, good morning to you. Let's see, Weather Watch, Patricia, Roxy Moser. Beth Gish, good morning. Good afternoon to you. I apologize. You're a little bit ahead of us. Dallas born Boston bred is here. Babs09 as well. Let's see. Me love cats. Weather Watch, Myra, I think your book was a hit. JR EPTX is here. One Man's View, Beth Gish. Hip Hop Flip Flop. Not a Drama Llama. Have you all seen the dogs get on doggy daycare school bus on YouTube? Warning, cuteness overload. I have seen that video, and it is a good one. They're all so well behaved. Horse sheet and bananas. Don't let the bus leave without me. Have to make a quick trip to Walmart first. Yeah, is everyone going to bring a sack lunch and sunglasses? I put the jurors on the thumbnail. I put blindfolds on them. Not that they aren't allowed to see, but it sort of helps hide their identity from the rest of us, because I didn't want to be doxing jurors on my thumbnail. And I was going to change their faces because I don't think any of them are going to be like all grins and smiles. They all want to go straight to deliberation and be done. How are we today, folks? One Man's View, we're doing great. Dutch Girl, good morning to you. Are we going on a field trip? Sort of virtually. We might do some flyovers using Google Earth. See Michelle Stark, Tracy, my dog Murray. I think I got you guys already. It's the Jolly Boys outing today. Georgia Culture, trying to get through roll call here so we can start talking on some fun stuff that's going to happen. Linda Hill, Samantha Terry, Roxy, Red Pen. It's going to be a crazy day, everyone. You're right. Chandra is here. Hello from work. We won't tell your boss, Chandra. We won't. Kathy, Toxic Orchid. Good morning, Toxic. Samantha Terry, Michelle Clark, Georgia Culture. A few repeats in here. Angie, good morning to you. Sharon McDonald. Koski, good morning. Let's see Mary Beth Robinson. The Dutch girl, I received $5 pocket money. You can spend it and get your own souvenir down by the kennels. This is the number of things that can go wrong and just completely weird during today's field trip is so many. It'll be fun to see what happens. Will there be a motorcade protecting the bus and jurors? There will probably be a police escort. I guess motorcade, yeah, but it's not going to be like Secret Service type level. So Hattie's soldier. TW is here. Linda Hill, Carolina girl. Good morning to you. Mac is out of pickles also. Oh, man. Maybe the tour bus can stop at Walmart. We can all get some pickles. My dog Murray. Okay, One Man's View. TA. Good morning, TA. Oh, it just skipped to like a million names down. Oh, my goodness. There's so many people here. I don't know. I think it just skipped and I lost everything I was talking about. Mini Duck, Pampered Glamper, Lori, Shells, Wallflower, Alexis, Lady Mystery, good morning, Allie B, Misty Farley, Miss Priss, Ann Shatcher, Red Pen, Carolina Girl, Susan Bond, Samantha Terry, Picky, Bella, Wallflower, TW, Lee, Michelle Stark, Allie B, Forever in Blue, Tracy Anzar, Nurglerot, Eric. Good morning to you, Eric. Myra, Misty Farley. Okay, lots of repeats here. I'm just trying to see. Maybe raise your hands. Michelle Johnson. If you raise your hands, it'll be easier for me to see who I need to call in the roll. Tea Time on Table Mountain is here. Good morning to you as well. I have my lunchbox packed for the bus ride. Forever in Blue, Mo Freedom. Anybody buffering, or is it my subpar connection? I think it's your subpar connection, but let me know if anyone else sees that. I do have the quality turned up just a little bit higher than normal on my end, but I think my bandwidth can handle it. Lost Source Paranormal, you're here. Key N as well. Share Bear, just about missed you. I almost scrolled off the screen, Share Bear, and then I saw you. Jeanette French. Tim de Moranville. I don't know where the emphasis is on that one, on your last name, Tim. But good morning to you. Welcome. Thanks for being here. T. Renee S. Hump Day. Roll call here from South Dakota. Oh, I forgot to play. It is Hump Day, isn't it? Oh, my goodness. Let's see. That's going to be right here.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's Hump Day.
It's Hump Day. Hump Day! Halfway there. Let's see. Eddie, Shiza is here as well. Norma. Let's see. Move along the bus, please. Everyone to the back. Please move to the back. We can fit everyone in if everyone sits down. 2 people to a seat. Tish, hey. Tish is getting close to our little bit of vacation, which will be amazing. I wish you would take us all with you, Tish, but we're jealous. Hopefully this will all reach a resolution before you fly out. Jody Estes is here. Angie Iyich. Dallas born, Boston bred. See you there. Tracy Anzar, Jiggly Jules, Carolina Girl Laura, Bradley McKay, Lost Souls Paranormal, Izzy Watts, Dre, Micah Ruddle, Lily Girl, morning all, good to have you here. Sunny Florida Mom, Ritz, I think I got you already a couple times. Bradley McKay, American Dreamer, Dallas born, Boston bred, Golden Mom 513. I know the court's not in session, and I keep looking over every time I hear that just to make sure I'm not missing something. Wild Hog Attack. Oh, Shells. Holy cow. If the hogs show up, the bus pulls in, and there's like wild hogs rooting in front of the dog kennels. Can you just imagine the, the defense? Like, get those out of here. Can't let the jury see the hogs. And do they get to go in the house? I mean, I don't know how much they get to see, but if they go in the house, has the family put up like all the family pictures of Alex and Paul and Maggie, at Disneyland, and every other happy memory up on the walls in huge, poster-sized prints? The things that can be present there are just incredible. I mean, let's see. It's a lawsuit waiting to happen. Lisa B., I'll drive the bus for the field trip, as long as you got your Class C. I think it's going to be a big bus. Samantha Terry says, please ask if we have any South Africans in the house. I swear I'm not the only one today. Yippee. Yeah, I hope not. We've got people from all over, Samantha. I'm sure we've got some friends and neighbors of yours. And on top of that, Samantha Terry just gifted a membership. We'll have to scroll down and see where that went. But thank you very much, Samantha, for that. Andrea, we've got you here. Mr. Upper Torso, girl next door, is taking her seat in the bus. I should have changed it to say we could sit in the bus instead of the front row. Lori says the pollen down here in Florida is awful right now. My sinuses are killing me.
I'm not a camel.
Gordon, Rowdy, some of you guys got snow. I don't know. It's only 57 degrees here. It's a little chilly. James Rogers says, good morning. Good morning to all. Good to have you here, James. Michelle, Beth, Hans van Gen. I almost said Gretchen. Genetchen. Hans, I completely messed up your name. I know you're up for the field trip. I wish I could pronounce your name better. Is it Dutch? Is it the last name seems Dutch. The rest reminds me of something Scandinavian, but I'm not sure. Let's see. He loved the thumbnails. Says Mary Murphy. Flobby Jobby is here. Hump Day soundbite. I should make a Hump Day soundbite. That would be fun. But only available on Wednesdays. Hey, Beth. Good to have you here, Beth. Let's see. Flobby Jobby, First Lady. I'm catching up. I'm almost done with the roll call. First Lady is here. Shells, Patricia, Hip Hop Flip Flop, Flobby Jobby, got you there. Last Poet. I see you with the pickles. Good. Alexis, I call dibs on the back seat of the bus. That is the best spot on the bus. It is where the cool kids sit. That is awesome. Myra, owner of the internet, CEO, says, R.A., my friend, I'm terrible at leaving the house.
Friend, I am terrible at leaving the house and getting to the P.O., but today is the day I go and get your signed copy out to you. I appreciate you.
Myra, that is awesome. I am so looking forward to seeing your book. That is going to be awesome. I'm super excited. It's had great reviews from apparently inside our community and without. For those that don't know, Myra made a children's book and published it that is available online. And it's about dogs and cats that are friends. So I can't wait to read it. I don't want to spoil it for you, but I can't wait to read it. Broadway Garden is here. Linda Hill, Carol Connolly. Today's my birthday. Happy birthday, Carol. If I've missed anyone else's birthday, please remind me in chat. I realize with the numbers of people we have here, almost every day we should statistically have somebody have a birthday. And I don't want to miss that and shout out your special day. Carol, congratulations. Special field trip in your honor to Moselle. Let's go. Happy birthday there. See, Rockin' Dawkins, South Carolina. Or is SC South Carolina? Rockin' Dawkins? I'm not sure. I just assume because we're in a trial in South Carolina. Lay SF is here as well, sometimes Alias, who will get thrown under the bus. Everybody is going to get thrown under the bus today. Bella, 20 men on 2 roofs pounding hammers. Bang, bang, bang. That's loud. Lori is here as well. Lisa B. Lunch is packed, ready to go, including spicy maple bourbon pickles for enough for everyone. That's a jar per person, Lisa. That's because they're single-serving jars. Shell's Toxic Orchid, Dallas-born Boston bred, Tara P. Good morning to you, Tara. Bug spray and off need to be packed in the picnic basket. Can you imagine if the yellow flies are out? The yellow flies that the reason Maggie didn't like Moselle, if they're like just in swarms down there, and the jury's like running for their lives from the and somebody's allergic to the bug bites. I think this would be just hilarious. And I mean, not in a good way, more like a circus / train wreck happening all at once. Jojo Peters, Izzy Watts. Let's see. Maribel Torres admitted to becoming an addict. Maribel, I think you meant to just subscribe, but really what it does is out you to all your friends and neighbors that you are a true crime addict. Thank you for admitting that. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Welcome. I hope you enjoy it here. Thal is here. Tackle hugs from Thal for everybody. Welcome, Thal. Hope you have a great day. Good morning. You have to, when you read this, you have to listen to it in the Good Morning Vietnam type. Good morning, Vietnam. Like that. Thal, good to have you here. Not a Drama Llama. Kevin, DH2, the JD as well. Terry, is there anyone I missed here? I want to make sure we get everybody. We've got time because the court's, on a field trip. Maribel Torres, good morning, brothers and sisters from Central California. Awesome. Good to have you here, Maribel. My wrench is here, sitting outside here in Somerville, South Carolina. How far is Somerville from Moselle, my wrench? We need to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Ava Hawkshaw, Happy birthday to Carol Connolly. We're birthday twins. Ava, it's your birthday as well then. Happy birthday to you. Hope you have a wonderful day, you and Carol both. Let's see if anyone else also shares your birthday. Book link is available on Discord. Myra, I'm going to let you, since you're the CEO of the internet today, I'm going to put you as a temporary moderator. Go ahead and post your book link here as well. Love for people to be able to see that. Myra's been a good friend and supporter of the channel for quite a while. I'd love to support her in her as she's a published author now, which is just cool. So I finally got down to where Samantha Terry had gifted a membership, and it looks like it went to Barnett Law. Congratulations, Barnett Law, and thank you, Samantha Terry, for that. Also, Beth Gish, welcome to the gallery. Look, that looks so green. The green looks so good on you, Beth. Welcome to month 2. Appreciate your support. Let's see, Jojo Peters, Lexi, good morning. O-Town Chill, good morning to you. Lynn Hoke, morning all. Gordon says I'm not here. The girl next door is. Tish, I see you. The waving with the smiling pile of poop is an interesting combination. You know, there's only one sound effect that we can play, or one soundbite that can play for this soundbite, and it's from the Jensen trial.
Your son just smeared feces all over my bathroom.
Yeah, that was a fun trial. Angie, Cindy Smith, good to have you here. Sharon McDonald, T. Renee, GMA Nobby 7, Veronica Reyes, Tim, I see you. Tim de Moranville, Izzy Watts, Lily Girl, Laura, Lay Key, Ann. I think that's most of you. How far is the drive to Moselle? We'll get on Google Earth here in a minute, and we'll check it out. Veronica Reyes. I think I got everyone. Is there anybody I missed? I'm not. Oh wow. Tina P just gifted 10 memberships. Let me see who the lucky participants are. Let's see. No necking at the back of the bus. That takes me all the way back to junior high. Not the necking, but the instruction for no necking was what I received in junior high. Every time my science teacher turned off the light for one of those boring movies that was like made by somebody who has never had kids or was never a kid themselves, and it's just like monotone speaking with like PowerPoint slides in a video format. Yeah, every time he'd like go to show one of these movies that lasted forever, he'd be like, no necking, and then he'd turn the lights off. Let's see. Branch Ranch says, let's go. Ivan Victor is here, but he retracted his message, so we'll never know what he said. He might have had a typo in it, fixed it. It's probably further down. Do they bring cameras / reporters on the field trip? Jojo, I have heard that some news representatives are able to go. I think somebody from the Washington Post or something was going. It will not be a camera type setting, to my knowledge, but we'll see. Let's see. Tish says, put your glasses on, Tish. She didn't mean the waving hands and smiling poop. She meant the waving hands and the heart. The heart. I thought the poop was a weird emoji to use first thing in the morning. I mean, we usually get there by the afternoon, Tish, with how things go in these trials. But usually the morning's a little bit more cheerful and optimistic. Red Pen, did you hear that one of the jurors ran out in front of the bus? Let's see. Soul Music, hello from Australia. Good to have you here, Soul Music. Thanks for staying up for us here. Let's see. Anyone else? I think the defense is hoping this trip causes a mistrial. I mean, they're going to see a lot of outside opinions. The roads will be lined with signs. That's what's going to happen. The dogs are not still there. Blanca has one of the dogs. The house is sold, but I don't think the deal is finalized yet. It may actually be pending this court case or something. So I believe John Marvin is responsible for the property. He's maintaining it right now. And so he'll be facilitating the arrival and acting sort of as host, which is sort of weird to have the family there, and it's his property. I'm not sure if they're going to kick him off or what. Marcy C, good morning. Kevin as well. They're on their way to the crime scene. Didn't go into the courtroom. Right, they're headed straight there. There won't be the judge won't make an appearance this morning. Let's see. This is weird. My saying is too long. When you check the commands, are the commands working? Did you get? Yep, there they are. I heard peeps. Okay. I think the jury will be sequestered during deliberations. I do as well. Okay, let's see. Morning all. I don't think they will allow them inside the house. Yeah, the more places they're able to go, the more of a mess this will be. I mean, honestly, the idea that some of these jurors, they know how big a case this is and how much attention there is, obviously, from the media and everybody else that's showing up in the courtroom.
We're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
The possibility of someone literally picking up a souvenir from the farm, a little item, a little trinket, a little rock from the scene, something like that. We've already got people that have been out to the kennels and are taking selfies and pictures out there illegally and had to be pushed off by the sheriff. Oh man. Let's see. Hope you took a shower today. The bus is going to be very crowded. Soul Music from Australia. Good to have you. We've got a couple people from Australia here. I think Adelaide, Australia is one of the locations. Everyone should have packed a lunch. Natural Empress. Court TV says the jury is going to house and there will be one camera allowed to visit the property after the jury leaves, and they will be the camera. That sounds right. Court TV is the camera of record for this court. This is they've been selected as the pool camera. So Court TV has the camera available, and they have to provide the footage to everybody else. We're falling way behind. Samantha Terry just gifted another membership on top of the 10 that Tina P had gifted, and I believe another one that Samantha did earlier. Ivan says, howdy, got the pickup gassed up. Everyone hop in the back and ignore the protesters. Follow the food trucks. On to Moselle. Everybody hop in the pickup. Ivan's got a great truck we can ride down there in. Lost Souls Paranormal is here. Good to have you. Hip Hop Flip Flop. Ava Hawkshaw. Let's see. We get down here. I think we're almost done with. Oh, Barnett Law says, thank you, Samantha Terry. I was just going to buy another one. I will gift a membership to someone now. Thank you, Barnett Law. Melissa, 57 is almost planting weather in Minnesota. You're all going with me. I'll send pics, says Tish, or I'll pilot the plane and take you. Don't be scared. I would say put us in your luggage, but with Sarah Boone coming up, that suddenly we can't use that phrase anymore. It's not as good. I mean, it used to be a joke. Everyone goes to Disneyland. You're like, hey, throw me in your suitcase and sneak me in type thing. Nope. Not after Boone. Not after Sarah. Does someone live on the property? Not now, Sea Monkey. No one is currently living there. The song, the chants have started. The wheels on the bus go round and around. Okay, Bella, where's Myra's book? Hopefully she can post it here. It's probably down further. Myra, a children's book? I need one for my 2-year-old son, says Amber. Let's see. Miss Chris, I see you there. Does someone live on the property? No. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind on the chat, so you might ask a couple times. That's fine. I'll answer the first one I see. Trying to catch up here. If someone offers you a special trip to Moselle, don't accept. Did I spell Moselle wrong? Does it have an E on the end? I should know after all this.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We should. Penny, good to have you. Andy, we should watch and rate crazy bus driver videos. American Dreamer, Doc. Let's see. Love your channel, community here, but I hate pickles. Does that mean I have to leave? No. We make exceptions for good people. Rockin' Dawkins, you can stay. Michael Stevens says, happy Friday, for me at least, since I work Sunday through Wednesday. Well, I'm glad the weekend's here already for you, Michael. Maybe that means you'll have a day off for Verdict Watch, and you can spend your weekend watching Verdict Watch. Okay, Ginger Meadows is here now. Thank you, Ginger. Cans fan, serious question. Do you think they will have portable johns set up? I feel like they won't be allowed to use the house bathroom. I think they will. I think that's something they should consider. Or maybe they just, the judge says, look, kids, it's going to be a long trip and we're not stopping along the way. So run to the bathroom now and get it all out, because we're not coming back here for 3 hours and you're going to have to hold it. I think that's the talk, as they all file on the bus. Between the hogs and the bugs, I'm out, says Shells. We need Sam's Choice to turn those spicy maple bourbon pickles to a relish. Oh, man. Maybe we could do like our own sort of relish recipe from that. Would you also chop up the pepper, though? Because that would make it incredibly spicy. Almost too spicy. Anyone want to swap a ham Sammy for a cheese one? Your mom gave you the wrong sandwich, one man's view. You should have asked her for the... I brought peanut butter myself. Let's see. Post the Discord link. Lost Souls Paranormal. Anytime you hit ! Discord in chat, it will pop up the link. It should automatically post. And if that link doesn't work, I can update that. Let's see. Rarely Creative Travel is 25 minutes, says Grit Grinder. That's the distance to the courthouse. Did I spell field wrong? Where did I spell it wrong? It's I before E, except after D.
I know what Murdaugh stole it.
Unless it's in words like way and I don't remember. You know how so many of these witnesses say, I'm not a mathematician. I can't do the math. Well, I can't do the spelling. Spelling is hard for me. Words are hard. Arties Fleetwood is here. Welcome, Arties. Love how the former law partner kept his composure with Harpoon's theatrics yesterday. Harpoon is being ripped to shreds for this. Appalling. Hey, we've got a telemarketer. Should we bring him online? Hello? Hello?
With Scott Messenger.
Say that again? Sorry, my phone wasn't working. Hello?
Yeah, am I speaking with Scott Messenger?
That's close enough. What can I do for you?
Yeah, hello, sir. I'm Nina. I'm calling from the register. That is the name of our company. And I hope you're doing well. Just to let you know, the call is being recorded for training and monitoring purposes.
It's being recorded?
And this is a brief call, sir.
So there are other people listening to this call? Okay, go ahead. I'm fine with that.
I don't consent to that name.
Yeah, so this is a brief call because I know you're busy. So
I'm busy.
The main reason why I'm calling today is to send over a report from Cockroach Lab titled...
Sorry, I've got some friends listening as well. You're fine. Just keep talking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the title of this complimentary report is the Blueprint for High Volume Transactional Apps. So may I ask, are you still a system engineer? And would this email reach you safely if I send it to scott.mcintire@d.com? Would that be correct?
Well, here's what I do. I'm not a systems engineer anymore. I'm actually a YouTuber, and I'm live right now, and you're talking with about 500 people on YouTube. So
okay,
I have
so I'm sorry about that. Thank you for taking my call. Have a great day.
Hey, you
Bye.
too.
Thank
Have a good
you.
day. Bye. Oh, wait. Well, that went well. Let's see. She did accidentally give out my email. I muted a little part of it. It was an old email at a former work location. I don't know how she knew where I worked because I didn't give that information out very much. Samantha Terry says good morning. If we fail to say good morning, we appreciate you being here. We do. Okay, let me catch up with chat. I still have got some things to catch up with here. Let's see. I haven't heard one word she said. She ran fast when she knew she was live. It was the sound effects. It was the sound effects in the background. The subject matter jurisdiction caught her off guard. I forgot that those are playing through, because when you play those, it goes through the phone as well, through the link. So can I get subtitles? She was calling to send me some sort of like white paper on high volume transactions as a systems engineer. I don't think it was a scam. It was just a telemarketer. Let's see. My name is pronounced Artis, but spelled with a Y, named after grandma. Okay, so Artis Fleetwood. I will try to remember that. I looked at it and it looked like Arties, but I was thinking Hardee's. In the morning I think food. So give her my number, says Roxy. Michael's like, what did I tune into? Why are we listening to a spam call? That was funny. Let's see. She wanted off the call. Yeah, she didn't want to stay. If I get another call, I'll bring her on. We've got some time. I try to be nice, actually, later writer. There was a time when I was not as polite to telemarketers, but I realized that they're just doing their job too. Now, when it comes to a scammer, when it comes to somebody who tells me that they are from the department of Microsoft, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and Visa, I know that they're scamming me. Okay, and then I get a little more edge to me with those people, but I usually I try to be nice to them. Okay, Samantha Terry, pierogi. I thought you. Yes, pierogi. That was hilarious. Pierogi's a great scam baiter, which is fun. Let's see. In Massachusetts, I don't think you can put someone on the air like that before asking permission. That was awesome. That's why when she said it was the other people were listening and recorded, I said I was fine with that. If she's fine with it, I am as well. But I'm pretty sure North Carolina is a one-party consent state. So because I'm in North Carolina and she called me, I consent to being recorded, and then it's fine. So if I just broke a federal law, please let me know. All for the low price of $99.99. Are we talking charter buses or school buses? There's a big difference. Izzy, here's the thing. This is funny because the people responsible for this bus trip and the safety and the transport of the jurors and the judge and everything is the sheriff's department. So let's think this through. What vehicles does the sheriff's department have at their disposal? Obviously, they've got police cars. It's probably not going to be like 50 police cars because they want everyone together. They're going to have at least 2 bailiffs with every team of jurors if they have to be divided up. So they have prisoner transport. Okay, they've got the buses for prisoner transport. They've got the vans like we see that Mr. Murdaugh arrives in. And they've probably got some school buses they could probably rent because school buses are a government agency, and a lot of times they'll work with each other and do that. So I'm thinking they're probably a bus of some sort or a rental van, but it's going to be fun. Let's Thal says recovery, and we are back above 1,000 subs again. Woohoo! What happened? What was amazing? Let's see. Content lasagna. Cold calls is worse than cold lasagna. I get a lot of them. What a job to have. That's a tough one. And she probably gets credit just for making the call. A lot of them, they get in trouble if they drop the call. If they hang up, they get in trouble, so they can't hang up on you. Jury field trip and closings is in the title. Let me spell it correctly so I don't get the grammar police. Is that better? I think I saved it. Okay. Is it also in my thumbnail? That would be super embarrassing. It's also in my thumbnail. Nice. At least I was consistent. Yeah, thank you, Thal. In North Carolina, only one party has consent to record and disclosure of communications. That's my understanding as well. I did tell her that 500 other people were listening. But please show Recovery Addict support. Thank you, Samantha Terry. We've got some amazing people here. Let's get ready. We've had a little fun here. Does Alex Murdaugh get to go too? I think had he asked or had his attorneys asked, he would have been able to. Because he should be able to see what is being shown in the case against him or for him. Hope they have good security, keep the weirdos out. I do as well. Let's see. More homes. One man's view. Oh, my goodness. I'm not sure if this is worth repeating, but I got a good chuckle out of it. Nana Geek says, Recovered Judge wants to be back by 11. Imagine the view will be a short one, maybe 30 minutes. It's going to be really quick. It's on the bus, off the bus, on the bus, and don't turn it off. Just flip it around. We'll hop back on and get out. All right, so I thought that's what you might have been talking about, Thal. You deleted your 20,000 channel as Kolivar and restarted as Thal, and now you're back over 1,000. Congratulations, Thal. That is awesome. That's the Warhammer 40K channel. Most likely a tour bus type. But everyone has to be able to see, so they have to get off the bus, I think, at some point. Low Country Tours is providing the service. It's probably like a hunting guide type.
Hello. Until they hang up, face rolling on the floor, laughing goblin.
Cakesby says, you should do like my 90-year-old dad. Hello, until they hang up. I've done things like that. I like to have fun. If I get another one, I'll bring them on. Rachel Wood is here, Army Mom. Hopefully they brought their Pepsi can wrapped in foil to keep it cool. Let's see. How did she get your burner phone? That came in on my my actual number. Did a photo finally come through on your phone? Yes, Richard, it did. I saw a picture of, it looks like a dowel rod or a yardstick. I couldn't tell what in the corner of your house, but it wouldn't let me zoom in on it, so I couldn't see what it was in detail. But apparently, is that the one you had sent? That you said Harpootlian had been in your house? Upper Torso says, I used to make calls out for sales. I would just leave the last number out and then give my whole pitch to silence. Better than bothering people. Obviously, I was on my way out. That's called quiet quitting, Mr. Upper Torso. That's when you're going through the motions, but you're really not working. It was a convoy of 6 vehicles, 2 vans for the jury, Judge Newman in a pickup.
Rosie from Tucson just sent
vehicles.
a super sticker with 5.
Thank you, Rosie. Appreciate that, Rosie. Wonderful. I love the Keep It Up sticker. Thank you so much. Okay, so this, not today. Thank you for the clarification, the update. So 6 vehicles, 2 are jury. Okay, so that leaves 4. Judge Newman's in a pickup. That leaves 3. Oh, there it is at the end. 3 police vehicles. So probably 2 out front that are doing sort of like the hop, skip, and a jump ahead, is blocking roads off and making them safe, and 1 behind or something. But that's only the official convoy, not today. How many other cars, once they see this convoy traveling down the road, are going to join in behind them? Because they're not going to be going like 90 miles an hour. They're going to be obeying the speed limit. There's no reason for them to speed, to shut off the road in transit. And so you're going to have people driving alongside the convoy on the freeway. There's a couple places where it's a multi-lane road, right? Where you're going to get to pull alongside and look up and see juror members looking out the window at you. 2 vans for the jury. After verdict, we should have a Netflix watch party. I'll bring the popcorn. Let's see. So tired. Let's see. I'm so tired. I promised myself I would go to sleep, but I can't. Cakes Boo, take a break. There's nothing happening for a little bit as far as court goes. Get some shut-eye. Ivan says, I can't imagine having 20,000 subs. Rebel wouldn't be able to handle the fame. Ivan shares pictures of Rebel on a regular basis. I wouldn't say daily, because it's more often than that. But if you like cute dog pictures, Ivan's the one to follow. I think it's called time theft, but statute is probably passed. I'll self snitch. I did misspell field, and I need to fix it. I will. I'll fix the. I'm fixing the thumbnail, even though you guys can't really see the thumbnail anymore. I'm fixing that now. And share that and re-upload that. It's Poot's Yardstick. That's what it was. Bella says, so again, I get ignored on my direct to RA. I get no respect in my best ladylike Rodney Dangerfield voice. Bella, I try. I really try. Let me see. I skipped Thal's recommendation as well. Let's see. Where was it? You can't picture me being edgy or mean to anyone. Nems Girl, did you listen to my to the podcast with Weather Watch last week, where I talked about trimming my trees in response to
Alex stole it as well.
In response to a code violation enforcement request or demand? Yes, just like this, kind of like the edges and the letters F and U, like some trees at a former property. That was me. That's as edgy as I get, and that was probably edgier than I usually get. But it happens. Let's see. Okay, I think we're done with roll call. Let me see if I can just answer questions. Curious if the Moselle property will be sold at pennies on the dollar or not at all. Swamp killing fields don't seem attractive in this market. Back to the left, it's actually sold for, well, it was listed for $3.9 million, and it sold. I believe it probably went for close to that, which is more than they bought it for. So, there's a profit there that someone's going to get. Okay, more questions. In my county in Massachusetts, they have a couch type bus they use for jury transport. It's like a limo bus, huh? I don't think people will be that interested in the jurors. It's been open court. It's been an open courtroom, right? But I think they'll be interested in the spectacle of the jurors going to the scene. Sounds like a Saturday Night Live opening. Everyone on the highway waving at the jurors. 13 WMAZ. Is that? Let me see if that's available on YouTube. Okay. Just 1 second. Let's see if we got it here. Let's see if we can show this. Thanks for the heads up on that. That's the city view from 13 WMAZ. That's overlooking the courthouse, I believe. All right. This is Waterboro. It's a good backdrop. We can borrow this for a little bit. Hellcat, good morning to you. Welcome. Cheryl Myers, TLC Bell as well. Good to have you guys filing in here. Donovan just saw it this morning. I'm curious if anybody actually is down in the area and saw them drive by. Did you hear that Robert Tellez is going to defend himself? Do you know about that case? Oh, man. What state is that in? Dallas-born. Let's see. Which building is the courthouse? I'm looking. I think thought the courthouse was in the background, but now I can't tell very well. It might just be looking over the city. It's not the domed building. That does not look like anything from the pictures. It's a Nevada case. I did enjoy the last, I don't think we've covered a Nevada case. Any courts be at any networks? Yes, Court TV will be at Moselle for the viewing, but not during the time that the jury's there. They won't be able to film the jury at there. Is that white one on the left behind RA's square? Let me get me off the picture and see. That might be it. That might be it. I'm not sure.
Recommendations for you in chat. Jalapeno stuffed olives. Moselle brand. I don't like spicy, but they are really good.
Okay, I'm mostly offended that my computer voice doesn't know how to say jalapeno. Jalapeno is what it said. Jalapeno stuffed olives, Moselle brand. I believe they're on the pickle aisle, so I'd have no reason to avoid them. I might check that out, Thal. I will say I ate my very first stuffed olive. I'd never had one in my life, and a recommendation of somebody from chat, I gave it a try, and it wasn't bad. I was expecting something different than what it was. Let's see. Giant Rat that makes all the rules is here. Judge Doro's current case, you're talking about the eye drop case, right? Hold tight 1 second here. We need some hold music while I pull something up. Some good hold music. Well, that's good hold music. Are the jurors required to exit the bus at Moselle? Or can they opt out and stay on the bus if they so choose? I don't think they can opt out. That's like saying I'm not going to show up to court today. I'm not going to look at the evidence that's presented today. This is evidence. This is a juror view. I think they should get out. And I think they will be told to get out. DSN's having a blizzard. Jalapeno. Says Jet Set. That's awesome. Okay. I believe someone will be recording with a drone. 100%. Watch Twitter. It's going to pop up. I've had one in my life. Just one. I didn't know the inside was like pepper. I didn't know it was like a pepper thing. Cindy Lou, welcome back. Good to have you. 83 in Texas. Criminal Paralegal, good morning, y'all. Hope you're having an amazing day. I'm headed to the federal courthouse today, and you? I'm actually not. We're going to sit here. We're going to wait for the bus. That's what the exciting thing we're going to do. Wait for the bus to come back from the Moselle trip. And then we're going to be here for closing arguments. This is not Waterboro. I'm only 30 minutes from here. The Colton County Courthouse is an older white building that says Colton County Courthouse with steps on each side. So we might be looking at somewhere random city, is what you're saying. I appreciate the update. They tried to get the Visine trial pushed to November, but Judge Darrow wasn't having it. Let me pull up Judge Darrow's courtroom. I forget what... live stream courts from Wisconsin. What branch is she in? She's in, trying to remember the county. It's Waukesha County, branch 2. Was that her? Don't know if it was branch 2 or not. It is branch 2. I'm not seeing anything from her courtroom right now from Waukesha County. Got the live feed pulled up here. As you can see, nothing there.
Let's have some fun chat with Robot the Jabberwock.
The Jabberwocky. Can anyone in chat knows what goes with wild pollock fillet, please? What is wild pollock fillet? That sounds like a fancy food, but is it just a weird name for a common food? Back into the left says, Scott, do you think the viewing helps or hurts Alex? Surprised the defense requested this. It gets more personal. Back to the left, I think it can go either way, but it depends. I think if you get the jurors at the scene of the crime, it's going to hurt them with the idea that he was shot from behind, from in front and behind as well. You're going to get me in trouble. What are you going to have this voice say? It's going to be, I think that will help the prosecution when they see the feed room door and how small it is and things like that. That would be weird. The thing that might help the prosecution or help it'll help probably the prosecution if they get to see the distance between the Moselle and the house and then just look at it and say, yeah, I would hear a gunshot that far type thing. Because that's just in their head. Okay, they've heard gunshots from far. Most people have heard gunshots. Okay, they've heard a gunshot, some hunting that's in the area. These guys are from the south. They're from this area, and yeah, it would be. I can't see what would actually help the defense in this situation, especially where they can't talk about it. Brian Enton has a video of the jury getting Moselle. Oh, great! Let's see what Brian showed. He said he was not going to show the jury. Let's see, what's Brian doing?
Capital SUPERCALIFRAGILISTICEX. Wanted to hear her say la 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 la, beaming face with smiling eyes, face with hand over mouth, rosy cheeks, and smiling eyes.
Okay, hold tight. Don't send anything for just a second. I'm gonna fix that so we can hear, because la 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 deserves to hear that. Let's see.
The gates open. Try pistachio anchovy stuffed olive.
Okay.
Wanted to hear her say la 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 la, beaming face with smiling eyes, face with hand over mouth, rosy cheeks, and smiling eyes.
There we go. Thank you. Cakes Boo. The gates open. Try pistachio anchovy stuffed olives. Thal says supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I can't say it either. La 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 la. Wanted to hear her say the name. Thank you. I'm just trying to pull up this video from Brian Enton. Apparently, he's shared a video of. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Let's put this where. Okay, give me a second. I'll pull this up. Wait for it. It's going to be on 6. Okay. So this is the entourage arriving. Look at the cars already on the side of the road. They pan down because that's a jury van. They don't want to show the jury members in the van. There's another vehicle. There's another van. Another vehicle. Lots of black vehicles there. Black Suburbans, just like the ones that were there before. This is Brian Anton from Twitter, who's shared this video feed. You can see you've got people filming on the other side of the road as well. Several cameramen around the area. I don't know. It doesn't look like a lot of people are there, and they're obviously not going to be down by the entrance that will have a view to that area. So they looked like they were driving fast, probably like 85 miles an hour on that road, I'm guessing. Who called the one white van and one black van? You were so right. I don't think they segregated the jury for this. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm surprised the sheriffs didn't close the road. They might have still. This might be approved videographers that say we won't show the jury and everything like that. But that's apparently they're there right now. That was a little bit ago here. Let's see. How long ago was that? That was 8 minutes. So the jury's on scene right now. And it's 9:56. So it probably took them about an hour to get there. I think they left about 9. Maybe 9:15. Can we have the reasonable doubt conversation with Goodman Law Firm? I'm not sure if Nicole is up. She's on the West Coast, so this is early morning for her. I would love to have that, Rachel, in this break, in this gap. Maybe Matthew Harris if he's available as well. They were chosen from a pool, right? The press? Yes, I believe select people were allowed to go there. They didn't want everybody. I don't think Alex chose to go. He said he didn't like going there anymore. He never spent another night there. I'm surprised it's not more of a circus over there. Black Suburbans are never a good sign. Actual drive time? I've heard it's between 25 and 45 minutes. Let's see, live tweeting the jury view from Kathy Russin on Law and Crime. Let me take a quick look here. Okay, let me see if I can pull this up. It's going to be in a weird format. Matthew's popped out. If you have blue lights, the drive time is only 15 minutes. Yeah, but then it calls the deer. The deer come run in front of you. This is a great chat room. I wonder how emotional Alec will be. Pam, I don't think Alec's going to be there. I really don't think he's going to go on that. Jewel says, I'm surprised Alex did not use this opportunity to ugly cry. That would have been the only thing that he could really benefit from here. Him walking around, being familiar with the property. It's almost like as effective as putting the gun in Alex's hand in the courtroom, like they did with Dean Cummings. You want the accused to be standing there with the weapon so that you can say, see, look how he holds this. Look how, this would put him at the scene, and it would be one more way for the jury to say, I can see how this happened. Here he was. There he is standing there. He's, they could draw a connection there. First juror to find previously undiscovered buckshot wins a prize. Okay, I'm just going to read Kathy's tweets here. Just one second. Let me pre-read them so I don't read something I shouldn't. Okay, one reporter allowed to go on the jury view. We are now receiving notes. The 12 jurors and 2 alternates assembled at the Colleton County Courthouse at 9 a.m. and were loaded into 3 transport vans. The windows were blocked to keep everyone from looking in. The vans left. I wonder if they're getting car sick. The vans left at 9:10 a.m. So it's about 40 minute drive. Behind the jury was a phalanx of security vehicles and court personnel. Judge Clifton Newman rode in a pickup truck driven by Colleton County Sheriff's Office Captain Jason Chapman. You may remember Captain Chapman from the first day of testimony. He was the lead officer the night of June 7th at Moselle. He testified about Alex Murdaugh's demeanor and the challenges of securing the scene in rainy conditions. Clerk of Court Rebecca Hill and court reporter Elizabeth Harris followed the judge in a truck driven by Mike Atwood, who has led county courthouse security for the duration of the trial. It was Mr. Atwood who told the jurors about the bomb threat mid-trial. It's a beautiful morning, sunny and warm. We are told the ground will be wet when we arrive. The logistics are, the jury will be taken through the kennel entrance and have a total of 30 minutes to view the property. They will spend the bulk of their time at the kennels and the shed where Maggie and Paul Murdaugh were killed. Towards the end of the visit, the jury will be taken to the main house for a view of the exterior. They will not go inside. So that's up to date from the pool reporter who's reporting from the scene on the jury view. I don't think Alex went, not at all. We need a drone feed. We need some people to monitor Twitter for a drone feed of that. For those that are Twitter hounds, that would be fun to watch for. Okay, just getting up all my feeds. Drone traffic jam. All the jurors had burlap bags placed overhead. No, blocking out the windows, that makes me car sick. I cannot be moving and not see the world rotate around me. It doesn't work. Scanner chatter. What county is it in? Let me check and see if we have any of that. Police scanner. What county is Moselle in? Can someone Google that really quickly? What if Newman is wearing Carhartts? Browse by location, United States, South Carolina, Colleton County. I should know that. Guess what they don't have? They don't have their own channel. Is there another county that they partner with? Let's check the map, and I'll check the surrounding areas to see if there might be a joint. Hey, thanks, buddy. Okay, Hampton County. Nope. Let's do another search. This is not Hampton either. I know Harp from living in South Carolina. He was on planning commission. He told me, and my late husband, the year was 1989, I believe, that your wife is a pit bull. Told your husband that? Wow. Jet says, I've never been a member on any of these channels, so I'm not sure what to do or how to use it. Just being here is enough. We don't have Hampton or Colleton County providing links. Did any of the attorneys attend? They should. I would think 2 attorneys from each side would be fair, but not all the attorneys. The attorneys should be there, at least some from each side. But at the same time, they've got some stuff to prep. They have things happening here soon that's pressing. One Man's View says, I think Paul was the target. Maggie was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Alex, thief, yes. Liar, yes. Murderer, Hey, all, what did I miss yesterday? Just some fiery closings. Lots of, Poot woke up. He woke up and he was making objections. It was a lot of fun back and forth. State's not proved anything, says WB. They say might have. It is possible. Stuff like that. Nothing concrete. Pam Carroll says, I was trying to keep a marina from going into our cove on Lake Murray. That's how I met Mr. Harp. What was Alex's explanation for on the missing clothes or shoes he was wearing in the tree video? It's somewhere on the property. He was never asked. They never asked him. And they didn't ask him when he was on the stand either. Let's see. Mrs. Nurglerod is jealous. All the time she was a judge's clerk, she didn't get to go on a field trip. The jury didn't request. Defense requested it. That's right, Carol. And the judge said if the prosecution or defense had requested it, I would allow it. And defense did. I think Maggie was the target due to the number of shots. Shows anger. I think it's the opposite. I think Paul was the target. And there's some speculation now that Paul was the target because of the pills. Maybe that he had the pills and they were taken out of his pockets. But I think he was the target, and then Maggie came running and was shot multiple times. That's why we have more shell casings than hits, because it was very active at that point. Let's see, the main problem with this case is the prosecution confused everyone. That's the prosecution did. It's the defense's job to confuse people, especially in a circumstantial case like this, and the prosecution did it instead. And we'll talk about that here as we wait for the jury to come back, because this was crazy. This is what we need to have happen in closing statements and the closing arguments from the prosecution. They cannot go down the same rabbit hole they did during the trial. If they start going through and listing all the money, listing all the financial crimes and things, they need to summarize that into a neat little package that can be said with 2 or 3 sentences and be done. The jury knows he stole the money, and he's not on trial for stealing the money. They need to package that up. They can have a phrase for it, whatever they want. They can reference it a couple times, but they should not go into all the people. They should not go into all the harm that caused. It's not helping. State didn't prove anything, but Alex lied about being there, and that to me is enough, says Patricia. What are the stats from the not guilty poll? Guilty, we had 44%, and then we'll probably do another poll without the Scottish, not proven option in there. Shay says, I'd love to be inside Alex's thoughts during the field trip. Several times I've wondered what he was thinking. But at the same time, I'm not sure if I want to know. I think the defense may have used this to get a mistrial. Richard, how? What do you see this being as a mistrial? I mean, do you think they're hoping that something goes wrong as far as people talking or something like that? They're just hoping for more options like that? Let's see, Hampton. I agree with your account of how the murders happened. I see a picture, a post on the burner phone, says Josh. Let's see. Let me take a look here. The burner phone keeps crashing. Let's see. South Carolina. I'm still trying to search for some law enforcement. Oh, man. I saw that picture of Poot when he was standing in the doorway after they made him get down on his knees practically next to the juror box. He was not happy about that. I don't think he was aware that was going to happen. They should have got one of the other, maybe Mr. Barber or something up there. Is anyone concerned about the jury's safety if there are pics of them at the property? No, I don't think so. Mostly because of how the courthouse is situated. I think it's pretty clear to anyone who really wants to know who the jury is. They're able to, stand in line and see them. They're able to wait outside the courthouse and see them leave. I think the anyone who wants to know who the jury is already knows who the jury is. All it takes is one juror not to agree with guilty verdict, so not looking good for the prosecution. Creative travel, yes. I think in defense's closing statements, we're going to see this. I don't know if it's going to be Dick or Jim who gives the closing, but whoever it is, you're going to see them sort of hone in on one or two jurors. The people that they think they can really solidify or flip or have the most impact on. There are probably going to be some that they just could care less about. They hate each other, it's fine. The feeling's mutual, it's great. They only need one or two, and so they're going to be speaking to them. And everything they've seen throughout the court case, as they have their watchers, because they have watchers, the people that watch the jury, and say, when you did this, these people responded. They're going to take all that information and package that and say, this is how we think we can reach this juror. And you'll probably see them focus on one or two jurors for that reason. think those clothes were thrown in mother's trash. Then he stopped at the end of the driveway, supposedly to get phone dropped by seat and console. Clothes long gone and no one the wiser. VC, the thing we had yesterday, and I might need you guys to correct me on this, but what I heard was that the defense and the prosecution agreed that we needed to correct a piece of evidence. Hang on. Okay, I didn't know my answer machine recorder was on in here. Anyway, but they needed to correct a piece of evidence, and it had to do with the number of steps on Paul's phone at a specific time. And they said, actually, and I think it was while he was at the grandma's house, he said, actually, the number of steps is 3 times as many as the graph had shown. 3 times as many steps. He was all over the place over there. And that's interesting. That's very telling. The steps count. They might zero in on the juror that had a blanket over their head and tissues in their ears. I don't know how the judge allowed that. Does anyone know if they brought any tracking dogs to the scene? I don't think they did. The way Maggie was murdered was overkill. 5 shots was exceptionally cruel and malicious. Men who murder their wives are known to do this. Yeah. Did you remember to capture Poot's dead horse statement from yesterday? Yes. It is in the commands. I think if you do exclamation point horse, it should play right now. So it's almost like you got your own command there. Horse, sheet, and bananas.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
There it is. And then the response, if you do it too many times, it says this. All right, we heard you. Can we move on? See, you saw me on Lawyer You Know last evening. Oh, I was just in the chat room. Different to see me in public. I do like watching the Tragos guys. Do we know if the step counter is counted by GPS or just by vibrations? Because depending on settings or on sensitivity, you can get more or less steps. We don't know. Don't know at all.
Alex stole it.
I changed the lights to horse. No, do I have a setting that says it changes the lights? Or did it say that? Man. I need to fix that. It should not say anything about changing your lights to horse. Okay. I'm going to fix that. Well, don't let me forget.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Yes. What did she say to the guy, y'all courting me? Yeah, that one, it's not going to be as good a clip. I'd rather focus on clips that we can use in other trials that are specific, that can be used in other settings is what I like. Because, today it's this trial and that one applies to this trial, but tomorrow it's going to be a new trial, and not necessarily tomorrow, but next week.
Bring the jury.
Peter Tragos has amazing hair. Thomas, he has the best hair of YouTube. He really is amazing that way.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
It's not relevant, but we all have to acknowledge that Peter has amazing hair. Depending on settings of my phone, I can either get 500 steps on non-sensitive or 2,000 steps by having it really sensitive. A watch is far more accurate. Yeah, I don't know, but I would guess that his settings didn't change between the two locations. He didn't go in and change his sensitivity settings, and so either way, it would indicate that at one point he took a lot of steps as opposed to the others. I think the jury will hang. Maybe Alex Murdaugh did leave prior to the hit. If he did, I cannot see him not knowing about it. And if he knew about it and helped get them there, he asked them to come there. I put him in the same boat as the getaway driver of a bank robbery, where the getaway driver, if the robbers shoot someone inside the bank robbery and they die, the getaway driver, even though he never went in the building, is charged with murder. So if you think that is the case, if he was there for the hit and you believed that he knew about it, then he should be found guilty of murder. Tragos was great last night. He did a great job. Answered a ton of questions. Pam Carroll says, I have a great accent. Will you be able to go live to the courthouse when they return? Yes, we'll. I don't know what the accent has to do with that. Explain that a little bit to me. We'll go live as soon as they goes back to the courthouse. We'll have that feed. Alex does not have a shock device on his ankles. As a matter of fact, he is not shackled at all while he's in court. Any opinions if the jury has a verdict by Friday? I think they will. Well, if he was overweight, though, which he was by the pictures and by testimony, he might set it to sensitive to cheat the system and feel better. That's why I'm wondering. We might need Ivan on here. Ivan is actually Ivan takes a lot of steps every day. He's a great example. I think he's averages 13,000 steps a day, which is a lot more. It's like 10,000 more than me because I'm sitting here and even though I'm sitting here, my watch and my phone register steps as I shake them around and drop them on the floor and things like that. Toss them, throw them up in the air, trying to get the screen to turn on. All the things I do while I'm live streaming. But I don't think he would cheat the system. I mean, you're only cheating yourself if you're cheating on the number of steps. I mean, it's your health. You're trying to trick your body into being healthy by having a number come up on a screen that says you're healthier than you are. It doesn't change the fact you're not healthy. Miss Pris says, I like Tragos, but I like your channel and your chat better than pretty much anywhere else on YouTube. Thanks, Miss Pris. There's some great guys out there. I really like him. And Tragos is super, super intelligent. I love his take in a lot of situations. One theory on they did him so bad is he hired a hit and thought they went overkill on them. If that theory is true, if you believe beyond reasonable doubt that that's what happened, then you should vote to convict Alex on murder. No, that's a conspiracy to commit, and he's not charged with that. So you disagree? If he facilitated, if he was part of the crime, he enabled part of that crime to happen. You don't think he should be found guilty of murder? I agree that conspiracy to commit would be a more accurate charge, but where a death occurred, I think conspiracy to commit murder would be a charge that could be filed in a case where murder did not occur. I've got somebody calling in on the voice chat from overseas. Let's see who it is. Hello, this is your recovery addict.
Yes, hi. My name is Vera. I just got to your channel.
Okay, just 1 second. Can I bring you on the channel? Is that all right? Okay, hold on 1 second. Let's see. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
All right, and everyone can hear you as well.
I'm calling from... Okay. Oh, I hope they got... Okay. I'm just calling from Holland, and I'm American living here, and I've been following the case from far, and it's getting very interesting every day. And I watched the last couple of days, since last week, actually, his testimony, and then his brother's testimony, and I think the only thing that I think he did it.
Okay.
The only thing he is like OJ because he was a lawyer. He knows everybody there. So there's a lot of people that are very covering up for him, or even back then, because even if you look at the 911 calls, he was calling and they say, "Oh, this is Alex." And if you listen to the policewoman on the other side, okay, you know what I mean? They were like, "Oh boy, it's another one," that they needed to deal with them. So I think a lot of the police were involved, covering up his own brother.
So you think it's a huge cover-up that everyone involved?
I think so. And the reason I don't understand, how can he kill his son and his wife? But even his brother, I don't understand. If you know that he came on the testimony saying, "Oh, I needed to clean up, and I needed to do this for Paul," and what. Well, this is investigation.
Yeah.
You know that, and you going and abuse all the things that you need to. If you want to find out who killed it, you going and destroy the evidences because you're cleaning up.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And he was not really, his body language, it was not devastating.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So
it's
you're firmly on he's guilty side, right? You would vote to convict?
I think because he is so much with the law. Even the police guy said, "Oh, I didn't let him have the blue lights on the car. I didn't." Why did he? He goes a week ago earlier and says, "Yeah, the guy gave me the blue lights." So somebody's covering up. The guy just retired, so he's like, "Let me be in my retirement. I don't want to get involved. I don't want to go to jail now. I'm done."
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He's like, "Oh, I did not think about him. This lights is never. This is my first,
Yeah.
and I'm just retired."
Yeah. Let me stop you just for a minute. Most of the chat didn't get to hear your name because I cut you off just before then. So let everyone know who you are one more time.
I'm Susanna Oliveira. I'm calling from Holland.
And what's your YouTube name? Is it Susanna? Are you in chat?
Yes, I am.
Okay, wonderful.
I post a lot. I just was wondering why didn't I was wondering if they would go to the parents' house or do the route from him to going to his mom's house, and also the route where they found the phone. Because as I was listening to you, they just going to the cano and look around the house. But why they don't show the route that he did to his mom's? Because they keep saying, "Well, where did you park in your mom's house? Why did you park there?" They make so much fuss. Yeah. Why didn't show that to the juror? And where the phone was found, Maggie's phone.
Well, they actually did drive by where the phone was found, but they probably didn't point out to them where it was. The cameramen that were taking the pictures are very close to where the phone was found. But they're not going to be going to the mom's house, unfortunately. There's so many places they should go, but it looks like they'll just get to go to the Moselle property. Thank you very much for calling in from Holland, and thanks for joining us. It's good to have you. I'm glad you made it through on the burner phone. Enjoy the rest of the live stream, okay?
You too. Bye. Be safe. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye. That's awesome. Everyone's like, "I love Holland. I want to go there." Netherlands is on my list one of these days, God willing. I agree with her. 2 guns for 1 shooter is bizarre to me. It is weird. It's different. It's almost like, Ivan, for it to work, 2 guns for 1 shooter, it's almost like the shooter intended for there to be one shooting. Like he had the shotgun, he shot Paul, was cleaning up the evidence, put the shotgun away or something, and then somebody else comes on the scene. Like Maggie comes running back. Maggie was supposed to be gone. Maggie was supposed to be walking back up to the house or something. And she starts coming back. And then he runs and grabs the first gun he can get, and it's the blackout or something like that. That would be interesting. Where were we? She was right about the lack of an investigation. There's so many shortfalls of the investigators. Just so many things they did wrong. Why did they not secure the scene securely, says KKD? That doesn't look like just sloppy police work to me. I suspect good old boy syndrome. After John Marvin's testimony, there were more lies revealed, if you were paying attention. JM said he found out, he found out via news, 911 call. Alex said he was calling his bro, but was really calling Rogan. Yes, unless it was the other brother, right? There are 2 brothers. Are there 2 brothers? Burner says, let's see, Amber sent an image. Media Pool was able to get the glance of the jury, and 1 juror was standing in the feed room doorway. We had a few seconds to view them as they walked the narrow path between the kennels and the shed. 1 juror was standing in the feed room door, glancing up at the doorway that has been the subject. Oh, man. That's... This is good. Okay, I think it's good that the jury is taking this opportunity to see the evidence. firsthand. Or maybe Alex planned it to look like two shooters. I feel Alec had the guns on the golf cart. Linda Fox, 2 guns and shotgun. Maggie and Alex were fighting. 300 blackout nearby, already loaded. Here's what I think. Maggie was not a shooter. Maggie was not a hunter. Okay, she participated in this world because that's what her sons did, and that's what Alec did. But she wasn't the one that went out and duck hunting and shooting and hog hunting and things like that. She was as described as a lady type lady. She liked the girl things, and so in this scenario where the two of them are down there, it's got to be Paul first, because Paul is a threat. Paul could grab a gun and defend himself, or would think to grab a gun and defend himself. Everywhere he went, he had the guns in case he needed to shoot something, right? So it has to be that Paul was shot first in my head for that reason. Randy's the other brother. Let's see. Do we know if they had any markers down representing the bodies? I haven't heard that yet from them. People are trying to fail to purchase the mouse pad. Okay, Samantha, here's what I did. I reached out to the company that's making those for me, and they're the ones that provide the listing. And I've said I'm having trouble with this. No one's able to purchase it, and we're trying to sort that through. They say everything's fine, and I say, well, buy one and prove it. They can't. So I don't know where that's at. Hopefully we'll get that fixed here shortly. Did you see the Florida attorney arrested for stealing over $800,000 from his clients? That's pocket change compared to Alec. I mean, that's like a month's theft. Where was Buster the night of the shooting? He was in Colombia. He was out of town with his girlfriend. Good alibi. Alex said that whoever did this thought about it for a long time. Why did he say that? A couple of things he said right then just seemed wrong. He's like, whoever did this for a long time did it. And he said, I can promise you whoever did this had, hatred in his heart for something. And it's like, how can you promise that? How can you know that this wasn't somebody who's completely out of their mind on drugs or crack or something that stumbles in the scene, finds the guns and shoots people? How do you know that for a fact? New theory from Thal. This should be good. Prosecution is using this case to lock Alex down on any appeals he might try to get for the financial crimes. Maybe they don't care about the murder trial, really. Hey, we've got Nicole. Nope, we've got Golden Mom. Sorry, I read that wrong. Give me just 1 second. Let me connect Golden Mom. Okay, hold tight just 1 second here, Golden Mom. Trying to bring you over to the... Why is it not working? Okay, hang on. Just bear with me, Golden Mom. We'll have you on here in a second. I have to unpair it here. Sorry about that. Give me just 1 second. Technology is difficult. I feel like one of the attorneys with a missing cable right now. I'm trying to get everything to work. Roadcaster Pro, connect.
Alex stole it as well.
Forget the device. Do it again. Okay, here we go. I think we're getting there. Just 1 minute here. Okay, can you hear me now? Golden Mom, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Awesome, and we can hear you as well. That was well worth it. How are you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good morning to you.
Okay, cool.
What are you thinking this morning?
Good morning. Okay, so here's a few things. Because, so my husband hasn't been watching the case, hasn't been listening to it. He's just been, catching, what I say. And then
just what I've said to him. And he was actually off on Monday, so he got to listen to like the whole day's worth. But what we were talking about last night is whoever ended up doing it, they clearly cared for the dogs, because the feed room, Bubba, I think it was Bubba that was in the dog kennel right next to the feed room.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not very far apart, according to how it sounded and according to the pictures that I've seen. Is that the dog? It's not like there's a big space between the feed room and the dog kennel. So, whoever did it, which I definitely think Alex, however you say his name,
mm-hmm.
I think that he is guilty. Because I think he did it, because I just don't see how somebody could go there when Alex wasn't there and then was gone by the time he got back.
Yeah.
Like, there was just that small time frame that he happened to be gone and everyone else was home, but he wasn't there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
it's a narrow window.
If no one explained that
Part of the defense argument against what you're saying is that the timeline, even though the phones stopped working there, we don't really have a time of death that nails it down at that time. So, assuming you have to believe that the phones indicate time of death, which to me, I think there's enough evidence to conclude that. So
I was watching. So my husband actually watched the Netflix special, and every single one of those persons. And I'm not going to give it away, what happened. But every single interview in there said Paul was always on his phone. Always on his phone. So I understand if Maggie's phone doesn't depict, like, the time of death very well. But I really think that Paul's phone can depict a closer time of death, because everyone has said that he's always on his phone.
And he was
like that.
He was on it seconds before, basically. I mean, he was
exactly
he was in the middle of the
literally
conversation.
seconds before, and none of the dogs got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that if you're going to go and you're going to shoot as many shots that were shot, how do you guarantee that you're not going to hit a dog?
Yeah.
Like, there's just so many things that I'm like, Alex has to be guilty, because Bubba wasn't hurt, and Bubba was a family dog who Maggie loved. And I think Paul was a target, and I think Paul was a target because of what was coming out with the boat case and all the financial stuff that was coming out because of the boat case. I think the boat case really was bringing to a head his financial crimes, which I don't think that they should have brought all those financial crimes into the murder case. Like, I think they should have just glanced over it and said, on this day, you were charged with financial, like, Jeannie Seconder came to you. I don't think they should have gone into that. But also, if you think about it, like, I just think that Alex had to, like, he had to either do it, or he had to be like, call somebody and say, okay, I'm gone. Which then he knows what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was Eddie.
There's a statement he made where he said, I got out of there because I had to do what I didn't want to do, or something. That statement that he said, I was about to do something I didn't want to do. And it's like, well, what was that? Was that a slip? Was that what was that you're referring to?
The prosecution just, like, went right over, like I would have grilled him on his little statements he made versus bringing up, like, okay, in the Ferris case, you stole X amount of money. In this case, you stole X amount of money. And the Satterfield, like, we get it. He stole. Like, that's been known. That's been all over the news. You know what I mean? Like, So I just wanted to bring those, like, tips that you have to think about for the people who, like, are like, oh, well, he might not be guilty. Think about whoever it was didn't want to hurt the dog.
Yeah.
And if Alex loved the dogs like he said he did, because they were the family dogs, he's not going to want to shoot them.
Yeah.
And the gun room is the feed room is right next to the kennels in all the videos. So none of the dogs were hurt. So
good
Alex that saved the dog?
Good points, Golden Mom. Thank you so much for calling in. Golden Mom.
No problem.
Wonderful to have you at the channel. Would not be the same without you. Thanks for good to hear your voice again. We'll catch you later and see you on the live stream.
Sounds good. I'll see you guys in chat.
Yep. Bye.
Bye.
All right. That frees up one phone line on our single phone line call-in show. I saw that Mutt was calling in. Sorry, I did not take the call right there. It was in the middle of the call. Some of you, if you're not all the way up to date on the video, like up to the second, if you're a little bit behind, you won't know that we're on a call when you're calling. I'm not trying to ignore anybody, but did anyone hear the Kendall video where it sounded like Maggie said Eddie? I did not. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to try to play this. This is True Celtic Mutt. Let me see if I can play this voicemail. Just 1 second here. Come on, we're trying to get this set up here. The burner phone does not like playing to the Roadcaster for some reason. Let me swap some cables around. So he's basically he says he's got a theory that Alex was forced to participate or forced to watch, and it was a hit, but conducted by a drug supplier. He did have ties to the Cowboy gang, and some of the gang was related to. Let's see here. Oh, we've got another one. Let me take the call that's coming in. Hey, this is the Recovery Addict call-in show. Who am I speaking with? Thal? Hang on 1 second. It helps if I answer first. Thal, can you hear me? Why can I not hear you? Hold on 1 second. We've got to get this fixed here. Just 1 second here. It's making me unpair and repair my voice or my phone every time. I've got a cable I can bypass this with, so I'll do that here in just a second. But hold tight here. We'll hear Thal shortly. I heard that. He said it's Weather Watch's fault. Let's see here. Just won't maintain the connection for some reason. Okay, now we're connected. Can you hear me now?
Newfangled technology. Hey, look.
Hey, Thal. Good to have you on the phone here. How are you doing?
Pretty good. So I went and looked up something that you said or somebody else said something about the drugs.
Mm-hmm.
About Paul being the target, right?
Yeah.
Check this. So I started combing a little bit. Check this out. Following his murder trial, this is from dailymail.co.uk. So following his murder trial, Murdaugh faces judgment for 2 conspiracy counts relating to the alleged supply of opioids alongside Smith, so cousin Eddie.
So Paul faced some drug charges?
No, this is Alex.
Alex, okay.
And then they have a quote here. Let me find it real quick. It's from the Riverside or Cowboys gang, which is basically a Bloods gang. Where did it say? They deny it. The gang denies it, but when the Post went to talk to the gang at one of their hideouts or whatever you want to call it,
right?
One of them commented, Alex Murdaugh is running half the drugs in this county, quote unquote.
Whoa.
And apparently I-95 is a major pipeline for drugs and illicit activities that the gang uses.
Huh.
So the whole murder trial might not actually be about the financial crimes. It might be actually about getting more evidence in another trial so they can bring it in that trial for the conspiracy charges to take the gang down, plus cousin Eddie, plus Alex Murdaugh.
Okay.
So this might be a more fish scenario. Instead of going after one fish, I just leverage that one fish to get all the other fish.
That's interesting. That does. I mean, it paints things like the badge he had, running drugs type thing, the cover that enabled him to get to do what he did. That paints it all in a different light. That's really interesting, and it goes sort of in line with what Mutt was saying. He left on the message. I wasn't able to play it. That he thought that this was involved some of the drug gang. For some reason, he was like forced to participate or forced to watch or punishment or something like that. I haven't heard the whole message yet. I will say that if this was a retaliation hit against him for some reason, whether it was unpaid debt or something like that, it seems hard to, if he was forced to watch or participate in this crime that he did not, against his family, against him. It seems hard to imagine that he could then go to his mom's house and be calm, cool, and collected. He could call Buster and be calm, cool, and collected. He could call all the people he called and not be fazed really after that. So that's a hard thing for me to work into that scenario as a retaliation hit. But interesting thoughts.
Yeah. Well, and another thing is too is that I don't know this for. I don't know. I'm not an expert on this. This is all just speculation from my end.
We're all experts. If you can throw your phone in the air and catch it again, you're an expert. So, go ahead and pontificate. Let us know. What are you thinking?
I do have a master's degree in criminal justice, so it's one of the things I got. But anyway, one of the things you'll notice with a lot of gang activity versus a lot of cartel activity. A lot of cartel activity is in the U.S. anyway, sometimes can be very, very clean, right? And gang activity is usually really messy. So there's bullets everywhere, there's cartridges left everywhere, there's footprints everywhere, and this is like really clean.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So it'd be,
and then the other problem we have. Yeah, go ahead.
It would lean more towards the cartel side, the highly organized side of the crime, as opposed to the gangs, which are sort of little messy.
Yeah. And the problem with drug cases and everybody knows this, is that law enforcement is really big on, I catch the little fish so I can catch the big fish. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and gangs are usually the front line in any disbursement for a cartel. That's just normal.
Yeah, they're dispensable. They're the people that can go away. They can have somebody replace them easily.
Yeah, and so it's not unheard of, but I mean it's a stretch at this point. But it's not unheard of. But yeah, there's just, and this whole thing. The other curious thing too is that the prosecution, the prosecutor that was doing this entire trial, he was doing the whole thing for like 25 days, and then the very last day, his big boss shows up and takes over. What is that?
That was interesting to see the state attorney general basically handle the closing argument of the last witness, just to put a button on it. He's been here, sometimes he was like in the gallery, and sometimes it's like he moved up, and a couple times he's been on the bench. But now to actually hear him just, stand up and be like, oh, let me get my stamp in here as well. But yeah, that was interesting. I'm not sure. I think he must be confident in his case. I think that's the case. He wants a conviction.
Well, and the thing is too, that this is the only thing that explains to me anyway why because I mean we watched the trial with a bunch of other people too, since I've been watching your channel way back when, and we've never seen a prosecution like dance around the actual thing that you're there for, and try to bring up all this other crap. We've almost never seen that.
How many days did they go without saying murder? It's like we heard every sort of embezzlement, financial crime, theft, lying, cheating, you can think of, but so much of this was not about the murders from the prosecution's presentation.
And I'm not saying it's not a strategy. Maybe that is their strategy. I'm just unaware. Matthew can comment on it. The other lawyer can what's her name?
Nicole Goodman.
God. Yes, Goodman. Goodman can comment on this and tell me I'm wrong. That's fine. They've got more experience than me, so I could be totally wrong. But the thing is that to me, it doesn't, because I have two options. Either the DA actually thinks this is a winning strategy, which I don't see because it's not, to me anyway. I'm like, well, what do you keep talking about for? What do I care? Or they're inept, or this is a strategy to get things on the record for other cases. And that's the only thing that really makes any sense. That's the reason they would harp and pound and pound and pound.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it definitely did set up for a slam dunk case in the financial situation, at least. So maybe it doesn't seem like they got a lot about the drug side of it. So I'm not sure if it's leaning towards a drug case, but maybe that's still under investigation. Maybe they got enough. Maybe they got what they needed that way. So interesting take. Appreciate it, Thal. I will have to say, just thanks. You are an amazing influence on the channel. Thank you so much. Appreciate all the advice and everything you've done. I'd love to see you hop in chat and just interact with everybody. It's awesome.
Well, you're welcome. But remember, this is all Weather Watch's fault.
It is
not my fault.
And we'll blame him. So Thomas can handle that.
Good. He deserves it.
Awesome. Thanks, Thal. Have a great day. We'll see you. Okay, if you guys give me just a minute, I'm going to try to get a different phone connection hooked up so that you guys can hear without me having to relink my Bluetooth every time. Just 1 second. Okay. We've got a little tiny cable in here that I need. So that my phone can plug into, I think it's this one. All right, phone's buzzing already. Let's see. I'm getting all sorts of stuff on the burner phone right now. I think we're connected and are able to have phone calls come in.
Call from. To accept, press 1.
Hey, this is Scott. Who am I talking with?
Hello.
Hello, this is Recovery Addict. Who's this?
Hi, this is Sweet Meanie Banana.
Hey, Meanie Banana. Good to have you here. Thanks for calling in. What are your thoughts today as we wait for the jury to finish their juror view of Moselle?
I think I agree with Saul. I think this is actually a drug-related type of prosecution in a roundabout way. I work with recovering addicts, and I know they lie with ease. Sometimes they even believe their own lies when it comes down to it. So they're very skilled at deceiving and getting what they want. So I really think that this is, an end run for a drug related case.
So drugs are a big part of this. We mentioned that I was talking a little bit ago about how I didn't think this could be a hit by the drug cartel because of how calm he was, but as I say that, I was just thinking, didn't he testify that the drugs calmed him down? They got him just to normal. They stopped the paranoia. It could a large dose of oxy.
Yeah, he might have even walked back to the he might have just turned around or tried to walk back to the house when somebody was doing it. He may have been in on the whole thing too.
Yeah. Interesting thoughts.
To settle the debt or whatever they want to do with it. But, it really doesn't. I think there's more to this case because they really didn't lay the foundation that, he was there, he did the hit, he did the killing.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, Meanie Banana, what do you want to see happening? Josh, we'll get your call here in just a second. You might have to call us back. What do you want to see happening in the closing, either from prosecution or defense? You pick one. What do you want to see them do?
Just lay it out so it makes sense and improve, or just come up with what they think actually happened, because it's really not clear what they think happened.
Yeah. All right.
It's all muddied up with this other stuff.
It is. We need an easy timeline that we can follow, but that doesn't take us down all these other branches and rabbit holes that we've gone over the last few weeks. I agree. Hopefully we get that in closings. Meanie Banana, thank you so much for calling in. Everyone says you have a sweet voice. It's wonderful to have you here. This is Meanie Banana on the phone. Thank you. We'll see you in chat.
Okay, thanks.
All right, bye. Okay, let's see. We've got Mutt on the
Call
phone.
from
Mutt.
Hey, Mutt, can you hear me? Is it working now?
I can hear you.
Wonderful. So now we've got you. Go ahead and tell us. I did a very poor job of explaining your voice call, your recording. What was your theory? Go ahead and tell us.
My theory is that I personally think that there is a tie to Alex's drug supplier that he was also dealing, and that it has ties to do with the cowboy gang. Somebody was related to the young lady that was in that boat, and they basically were going after Paul, and were like, okay, Alec, you're going to set this whole thing up for us, or we're going to kill Buster.
So you thought they had held something over his head and made him participate that way?
Yes. That is my theory.
That's interesting. It makes the wheels in the head turn a little bit as you try to look at it from that perspective. That's I just heard that the jury's at a shooting range across from the property right now.
Oh, okay.
So they're getting to see. I wonder if they get to see where the phone was. I mean, it sounds like they're getting the full tour. They might as well, since they're out there.
They may as well. I mean, they're there.
Yeah. So,
I don't buy that. This is, the jury going to the site is a potential for them to, have a mistrial or anything. But I just, there are too many holes, and the whole statement about, I had to get out of there before I did what he may have just set it up.
He almost confessed.
almost, but then I honestly think he may have thought better of it. Okay, if I do that, then Buster's dead.
Yeah. It's interesting.
It's just it's a loose theory, and I admit that, but it is a theory.
Yep. And is it enough of a theory that it gives you reasonable doubt to convict?
Yes, and I'm in the hung jury trial. I'm in the hung jury pool, by the way.
All right, so, awesome. Appreciate it.
Right,
thank you so much. All right, we'll see you.
All right, take care.
Call from.
Hey, this is Michelle Johnson, right? This is Recovery Addict.
Yeah, Recovery Addict. How are you today?
Doing great, Michelle. What's your thoughts
today? Doing good. My thought is that Alec did it, and I think he did it because of the boat case.
Okay.
Because Paul had, charges coming up, and then also I think he shot Maggie because of the pending divorce, possibly. I also wish it was brought in that Alec, as a mid-20-year-old, got into a lot of, I guess there's a talk about he was in a lot of bar fights, and that his father got those records expunged. So I don't know if you heard anything about that or not.
I haven't. I've tried to sort of focus on what the jury's heard on this trial because I want to sort of see it from their perspective. But I know there's a lot of information out there that, we can spend. You look at the Murdaugh murder podcast, and they have years of information, of background, of story, of other stories that may be related and led up to this. There's a lot out there to dig through. But
and the reason people were bringing that up, and not people necessarily in chat, but the reason they were bringing that up, and wish that the prosecution could have brought something like that in to show that Alec does have a tendency to have a violent temper, and I can't see how he doesn't. We all can go there. We just don't kill people. So, those are my thoughts. I think he did it, but I think it'll be a hung jury, as I've mentioned on your show.
Yeah, that's an interesting take. I think, thank you very much for calling in. Love to have you there, Michelle. Thanks. Good to hear your voice.
Thank you for taking my call.
Anytime.
We'll have a good day.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, I'm just looking. I think somebody sent me Josh, was it? I don't know, sent me a video it's starting to be a little bit of a spectacle outside Moselle right now. Let me see if I can get this video pulled up. There's a live stream happening. Let's see. This is going to be on channel 7. Okay. So here's 7. Oh, come on. 7 here. There we go. So this is...
Thumbs up. So jury is leaving. The jury is leaving. I don't know where they're going. So they're on the move. Jury is moving. Vehicles are moving.
The media jury's done. They're
off.
There's them leaving. So they're off. They're on the way back home, and it looks like they might be going the other direction. So that's fascinating. That was cool. So thank you for sending me that. I realized I was a little late on picking that up. Odd how he's likely the only corrupt guy in South Carolina. They are going to let the media in after the jury leaves. I think it's the media's turn to go in now, and that's going to be fun to get some up to date images here. Just one second. Okay, there we go. I'll keep an eye on that. Okay. All right. Let's see. In case you didn't hear, the jury is moving. Yes, they are. I don't think they're going to Grandma's house. That was not part of what was asked for. Michael Stevens says there's a river that runs through the property. So do you know if that was searched for evidence? I know they searched some ponds, but I also know that the police searching bodies of water for evidence is not something they do day in and day out. And they're not, even though they have a lot of good equipment for it, it's not what they're good at. So it wouldn't surprise me if something was missed, even if they did search it. They'll be taking a lunch break now. Thank you, Tonette Lewis, for that update. Alternate route out of there. It looks like they went the back way. That was probably a very smart move because I see what's happening around here. Let's see. Off to Dairy Queen. Everyone, they're going to go through the drive-thru at, I don't know, Chick-fil-A or something. Let's see. Got another call coming in. We're taking calls as long as we can here, as long as they're not prank calls. Hey, this is Recovery Addict. Oh, you dropped. Okay. Never mind. They might let the media in after the jury leaves, so there might be live feed coming from the ranch. Yeah, and we're also going to probably have a camera set up at the courthouse when they get back.
It wasn't me. Sorry, Miss Jackson, I am for real. Musical notes.
Cousin Eddie Murdaugh just texted in. It wasn't me. Sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for real. Thank you very much. That is funny. That's a really funny super chat. I apologize. I'm gonna trigger it one more time just because I want the full effect of the voice here. Let's see. There we go.
It wasn't me. Sorry, Miss Jackson, I am for real. Musical notes.
Thank you very much, Cousin Eddie Murdaugh. And thanks for being a fan of the program. Cousin Eddie. Let's see. They were at the shooting range. I went to the shooting range, apparently. I don't think Alex did go. I don't think Alex was there. They were to the place where Maggie's phone was found. May have had DNR to help search the water. They were who looked for Mallory after the boat accident. But it took them a week. I mean, this is... Yeah. Anyway. Let's see. Charlie says, once my boy is asleep, I'll be in chat. All right, Charlie. Good to see you're here, though. Welcome. Like this call in, please do it again. You're welcome. Anyone's welcome to call in on the burner phone. It's right here. We have the burner phone for this reason. Of course, if you... I have mute buttons, and I can silence you really quickly if you decide to try to take that in a direction we don't want to go. But the last case reminded me of that song. Thank you, Cousin Eddie. He's going to be transported to the courthouse once deputies on the road radios to let them know they're headed back. Thought the kennel was the shooting range. No, Adam, the shooting range was actually across the street. This Moselle property has property on both sides of the street, and the shooting range was across almost almost straight across from the driveway entrance. I think it was down the road a little to the right, not as far as it was where Maggie's phone was thrown, but that's sort of the direction of where that was. Looks like Joe Ellen is on the phone. Let me see. Good morning, Joe Ellen. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I just wanted to say, they're talking about motives. There could have been two motives for the crime.
What's that?
Yeah, there could have been two motives for the crime. One is I'm sorry, my alarm just went off. Let me go in another room. The one motive is the boat accident.
Okay.
He wanted Paul dead for that. And then the other motive is the drugs.
Yeah.
He wanted him dead for that.
That's enough. Does that?
So we've got two motives, and this thing was planned, as far as I'm concerned, and I do believe he did it. The problem is the prosecution is all over the place, and the police, I think, were afraid of him.
Yeah. I think that's definitely apparent from what we see on the body cams of the police on the scene. So you know where we are, right? You know who this is. I'll fill you in later, type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great points, Joellen. Yeah. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. We'll see you.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Love your channel. Bye.
Thanks. Bye. All right. I realize it's a little tricky trying to get in. I did miss another call here just a moment ago.
Okay. Bye.
Thanks. Bye. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're available again. Let's see, it's not that far away. It was dark humor. Sorry, I missed it, Adam. The kennel was the shooting range. Oh my goodness, Adam, that was pretty dark. I like it. Let's see. The fact that Cousin Eddie was not paid to take out Alex bothers me. Something doesn't add up. Incentive for Eddie to have Alex gone leads to Eddie also being connected to the murders. Did Eddie get the money for shooting at Alex? I mean, did he get that payment? Because you'd think that had it been successful, Alex would have been gone. So how would you get paid after the fact? It must have been paid up front, right? You must have given the money up front. $5,000? Is that what it was? Let's see. You like hearing the phone calls? Kib Kitty, you're welcome to call in as well. Did the dogs know Cousin Eddie? I'm not sure. According to Brian Enton, he's saying they're on their way back. That means start the timer. Probably be lunchtime before they come back. Okay, let's see who. Don't know who this is. Let's check real quick.
Call from
Layla Berg.
Hey, this is Recovery Addict. Layla, how are you doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
Great. What's your thoughts today?
I would like to tell you that have anybody looked into either his son or his brother? You remember there was a drone video that was showing his brother taking two guns out?
Mm-hmm.
So I just thought, like,
yeah, I was thinking about that. I think that can be explained by the fact that they were selling the property or they were moving stuff out.
No, that one. Sorry, let me just tell you why this is not. This is the drone that the guy that came testified in court. That he's the one that held him to the court.
Okay.
The guy that he was. Well, that guy, he had a private eye that was following Murdaugh's son, the one that got killed.
So when was the video taken then? Maybe I misunderstood.
I seen it. It was aired like a couple of weeks ago. It was a drone, and it was his brother in a white truck taking two guns out.
I'll have to watch that. I'll have to. I want to see when that happened in relation to the murders. We do know that.
I'll check out for you.
Yeah, let me know in text. Reply
I
in the
watch
chat.
your show from Michigan every day.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate you calling in.
And you got me on those pickles, by the way.
I love it. Thanks a lot. Have a great day. We'll see you in chat.
God
all right?
bless you with what you do, buddy.
All right. Thank you. Bye. Okay. The burner phone is right here. It's a U.S. number. I'm in North Carolina, so you might, if you're in the U.S., you have to dial a 1 first. But that will get you connected here. This is Rebecca?
Call from
Rebecca.
to accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Okay, hang on one second.
To accept, press 1.
There we go. Hey, is this Bite Me?
Yes, it is.
Rebecca,
hey, Scott,
how are you doing? Doing great.
I'm doing fantastic.
What are you thinking today?
I'm still in Reno.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to make just a quick call. It's been snowing here for 2 days, and I won $2,000.
Sweet.
So, yeah.
What was the game? What was the game?
It was
slots?
Wheel of Fortune.
Slots.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
And so it's going to go toward my fence for my new puppy. And and I have one burning question.
Mm-hmm.
How come the lawyers have not asked him about the clothes? Because to me, that would seal his fate. You know, I don't understand why they have not touched on that at all. They're like purposefully staying away from it.
Mm-hmm. I thought the same thing. It's like there's a question we all want to ask. We want to put it in their mouths, and they never said it. But a good question. Congratulations on the win. Good to hear your voice, Rebecca. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Scott, for taking my call. I love listening to you. You make my day better every day.
Thank you so much. We'll see you in chat.
Thank you, Scott.
Yep,
bye-bye.
bye.
Call from. Okay. I've sent the caller to voicemail. Goodbye.
No, I want that one. No, I wanted that call. Sorry, I sent somebody to voicemail, and I pushed the wrong button. Everyone's saying, woohoo, Bite Me, you won $2,000. Anytime you can walk away from a casino in the positive, I think that's a good thing. It's wonderful to hear voices to all the names we hear all the day. 400 checks to Curtis from Alex. Not drugs. I don't believe it. 2.4 million in drugs for one person. I think drugs might have been part of it, but I think you've definitely got money laundering going on. I think you've got, funneling money through someone to get cash back. That's what's happening. Excellent question. So Bite Me. Says Earth to Cindy. Okay, we've got we've got a lot of texts coming in, but the calls are coming in like crazy. I've missed a ton of calls. Let's try one more time here. Okay, we've got a little gap here. Somebody coming in right now. It looks like his
Call from
Maui Bell.
to accept.
Maui Bell. We finally connect. How are you doing today?
Well, I do it at 6 o'clock. It's not even light yet.
You are crazy to be up you're in Hawaii this early in the morning. It's good to hear your voice. We'll have to talk sometime off air about coin roll hunting and all that. We do want to get you that information. But what are you thinking about the case today?
I already made up my mind. I'm not everybody. Who knows? Why would a man do that? Who knows? There's no way to guess because it's crazy. Anyway, but I want to know why everyone thinks it's okay to wake me up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Why don't they start these trials like at noon or something, and then I'll just be getting up at 7? I just don't get it.
Yeah, we are in the complete opposite time zones as far as the U.S. goes. Thank you so much for being there.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Maribel. Good to hear from you. All right.
Whatever time in the morning, I'll get up.
All right. Sounds good. We'll see you. Thank you so much. Bye.
Call from. Okay. I've sent the caller to voicemail.
I don't.
Goodbye.
I'm trying to accept the call, and it keeps sending it to voicemail, whoever that was. Call again. What's the call screener program you're using? Charlie, I'm using left pointer finger on my burner phone. That's what I'm using right now. I'm clicking the button that says to end the call and accept the new one. And unfortunately, it's sending the new call to voicemail. Oh, they're coming here. Let's try.
Call from. Hey, it's Myra.
Hey, it's Myra. Hey, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing, Myra?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you?
I am doing well. What's your time zone? Where are you calling in from? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I'm in Tampa, Florida.
Okay, so you're...
I'm Eastern time.
Yeah, so you're lunchtime. You're not like Maui Bell, who's still waiting for the sun to come out.
Yeah, no.
What are you thinking, Myra?
Yeah, so I think, all right, so my general thoughts are, so just as as an outsider. Okay, so not as a jury. I think deep down, I truly do believe that Alex did it, but unfortunately, I do not feel that the prosecution has proven that, beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think that the case is just so complex. I think they jumped around too much.
Right.
And unfortunately, I just really feel that they didn't make it clear. And I worry for the jury. So I feel that now, not having access to what I have access to, not being on the jury, I feel that if I was on the jury, I would be so confused just because of the way that they laid it out. So I would have so many questions. And I just feel that I'm really hoping that when they go back and they start deliberating, that they actually are able to maybe put something together themselves, because sometimes I really do feel that jury members are smart, and I feel like they take their job seriously. And at least if I was on there, I would be like, okay, how can I put this together so that I can understand this? And then maybe they put together their own timeline, and then they realize a lot of the holes that are there, and then they kind of put aside all that financial stuff and really focus on the murder itself, and then hopefully come to a conclusion that makes sense. But if I was on the jury right now, I think honestly that I would have to say not guilty. But
because it's not proven. It's probably going to take, like you mentioned, there's so much information they have to go through. There's so much that they've had to listen to over these weeks. It's going to be a long deliberation, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think so, for sure. I would be very... I don't know how I would feel if they came back very quickly. Like, if it was something like Jodi Arias, which was 15 hours to deliberate, I think I would be worried. But if they were gone for a few days, then I would feel that that's more of a guilty verdict.
Okay. All right.
But I could be totally wrong. I mean, you can't decide on, you can't you can't base it on that alone, but we'll have to see.
It's once they start deliberating, anything can happen. We'll have to see. Thank you very much, Myra. Everyone's love to hear your voice. So, and Earth to Cindy says, I'm in total agreement with Myra. I look forward to the book. I'm so excited to see it. That's going to be wonderful. I think my kids will love it.
Yeah, I'm getting to you today, so thank you so much. And I love your channel. I love everything that you do. Thank you. I really appreciate you.
We'll see you in chat. See you, Myra.
All right. Bye. All right. Bye.
Call.
Andre.
To accept.
Hello, this is Recovery Addict.
Hey, it's Andre from Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Hey, Andre from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Thank you. Thanks for calling in. What are you thinking about the trial today, Andre?
I am thinking that this is going to be thrown out on appeal if he is found guilty.
Okay. What's the main appeal about?
The amount of evidence that came in with the money he stole that should never have come in, because the jury will be confused, saying he's guilty of, he confessed to stealing money, so he must have murdered these people. And when a superior court looks at this and says, why is it all this information in here when it has nothing to do with the murder? It's going to be thrown out. And I think the Attorney General coming in at the last minute is just a show.
Yeah,
he wants points, brownie points.
I think so as well.
And I'm so happy that your country actually televises this stuff, because in our country here, you don't know nothing about nothing that happens.
Oh man, I do like openness, and I wish it was more open than what we have here. I'd like the Supreme Court decisions to be open. I'd like the federal courts to be open. I'd like to see it all. I think that shining light on something helps prevent corruption. It does. I mean, mold grows in the dark, right? So.
Yeah, I'm in the hung jury. Yeah. I think there's one person at that jury to be like, I don't know, they're going to be confused and be like, I can't convict. I can't. It has to be beyond a reasonable doubt, not he stole money, so maybe he did it.
Yeah. Well, wonderful,
It
Andre.
was nice hearing you, and keep
Yes.
up the great work. And you have audience from around the world watching you.
That's awesome. It's so great to hear all the accents and the different people. I appreciate you calling in, Andre. Love to hear your comments and see you in chat. We'll see you.
Yep.
Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
That's awesome. Love that Andre called in from Canada. Okay. There's no way a stranger was on that property with those hunting dogs. I agree. I think Alex told the truth that nobody else was down there, that the dogs didn't know. I think that's absolutely true. Suggestion: put the burner phone number on screen at the top. Let's see. Here's another one. Oh, this one's from overseas. Let's see who we've got.
From Julie from the UK. To accept.
Hello, Julie. This is Recovery Addicts. How are you doing today?
Oh, hello. How are you?
I'm doing
hello
just,
from the UK.
I love your accent. I haven't been in England for
Oh,
so
thank
long.
you very
It's
much.
good to hear you.
Yeah.
Julie, what are you thinking
Well, I'm
today,
up in the
Julie?
northeast of England.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's guilty. That's my first thing. But I don't think they're going to prove it. The problem is, I think the saddest part is that there's two people who died in all this for whatever reason. And I think that's the saddest part. And will they ever get justice?
Yeah.
Because it's such a tangled web that it's all crazy mixed up now.
Yes, it's crazy. And what do you think about all the financial stuff? Do you think that's what we should have heard, or should we just focus on the murders? Do you think it was important?
I think personally, I do. I mean, obviously, you've got to remember as well in the UK, we don't get any evidence of any court, so it's always very interesting to see some of the little areas that sits behind things. So I definitely think it does have a part to play, depending on how much. It seemed to focus a lot on it. But the American, obviously just the whole shebang of what you can bring in America, well, obviously the British people never get in our court cases because we're just not privy to it. It's been fascinating.
Wow.
So thank you for bringing that to us in the UK.
I'm glad we can. Cheers, love. Appreciate you calling.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you
Take
so much.
care.
We'll see you,
Bye-bye.
Julie.
Bye-bye now.
Well, bye. Bye-bye. I love Julie's accent. Oh, my goodness. I'm trying to take all the calls we can.
Jaden.
Hello, Jaden. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Hey, all right. I'm doing great. I have a quick little comment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when the state was talking about, or I'm sorry, the defense was talking about who it could have been, and they had also explained, the state did, that there was no cell phone data in this area. So they said that there's no cell phone data of anybody else being in the area, and that the shooter would have had to have been 5'2".
Okay.
The only people who are going to have no cell phone data and 5'2" are teenagers. And to think that a group of random teenagers were out in these woods, stalking this family out, stealing things, collecting guns, and we're trying to play real life Call of Duty out there. How crazy is that idea?
It's crazy. We've seen crazy stuff happen in some court cases. We've heard some just bizarre things happen. So is it too crazy? Is it beyond reasonable to say that's what happened? I don't know.
That would be one of the only scenarios that I can think as to why it could be anyone else. But I will also say, I don't think he's guilty. Okay. I think either he paid someone to do it, or I think that this could have been a group of boys doing this. We have seen in the past where teenage boys do kill people. You know, my family works in a correctional facilities, and there are 10-year-olds murdering their whole family. I mean, it does happen. Very uncommon. I don't see the drug being, his family dying, I don't see that being a payment for a debt.
Yeah. Crazy. I don't like thinking that what you're saying is right, because I like to think that kids are more innocent, but man, that's a possibility, and that's, I mean, at least in your mind, you're saying that's enough of a possibility that you wouldn't convict. So appreciate it, Jaden.
And I do think even if we thought he paid somebody, I don't think he's on trial for conspiracy. He's on trial for murder of doing it himself. So I don't think that even if we thought he paid someone, I still think he should be found not guilty, and I don't know how they would go about charging him and having a different trial for conspiracy.
I do wonder if there are going to be some instructions. We might have to talk to maybe Nicole or Matthew later on and see if there's a possibility that there could be what's called lesser includeds in the charge, where the jury could find a lesser charge like conspiracy. I don't think conspiracy would be lesser included by default, but it'll be interesting to see. Thank you very much, Jaden. Appreciate the call.
Thank you.
All right. We'll see you in chat. Bye. All right. So I got your message, Nicole. Whichever you want to do. If you'd rather call in or be on camera, either one works. We can do that. Let's see. Hope they're well fed. I've got a courtroom feed from the wall inside the courtroom, so we know we have cameras there. I'm going to keep the sound on. Hope they don't run to a commercial or something. Let's see. I think that's good. The jurors are not back yet. We expect them probably in the next 10 to 20 minutes. Return back to the court. Let's see.
Call from
David McKay.
Hey, I heard Dane McKay. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing? Is it Dane?
Good morning.
Good morning. What are you thinking about this, about the trial here?
Well, this is like the sort of grand finale of what we have, 4 or 5 weeks of a trial. Mm-hmm. But as I've been listening to your callers this morning and following you carefully over the last 2 weeks, and by the way, you have a great podcast and the perfect voice for a podcast. It's soothing to actually listen to you, and you deliver information in such a casual, calm, intelligent way. That's what sets you apart, I think, from the million other podcasts on the trial.
I think it's because I've got the most amazing co-host, but go ahead.
Well, that's true. That helps.
Yep.
But, I was listening to your commentary and also the guest calling in this morning, and I've always wondered what the drug storyline was really all about behind the many other storylines involving Alec Murdaugh. And of course, the jury now has to focus on, the credibility and believability. They don't have the smoking gun, evidence to know that he actually pulled the trigger. So is there enough evidence, circumstantial, that could sink him? That's going to be their big dilemma. But I suddenly started looking through this trial in the last hour, because of your fascinating calls, through the eyes of the miniseries Ozark, which I'm beginning to see like a lot of similarities. Okay. Both the culture, the community, and when you think about the drug aspect of what the main character in Ozark was dealing with, you begin to understand the other possibilities that could have put Alec in a corner if, in fact, he did participate in a massive drug operation separate of his addiction. Okay. And if, in fact, he was involved deeply in something, it is highly likely that he was a co-conspirator in the assassination of his son. Mm-hmm. Ideally, that was the only, perhaps, target. Maggie, his wife, may have been at the wrong place at the wrong time. But I think that Alec planned this, perhaps with or without the help of one other person who was already there with the guns. And it was a setup, and Alec knew when to arrive and when to leave. But again, he is a part of a murder scene. So he has to cover up his tracks regardless of the fact that someone else may have pulled the trigger. Alec did everything else. So that's the only other storyline, which we'll never probably find out. And so it all comes full circle back to what do we have to deal with in the real world? And that is the fact that it's really Alec alone at the site of the murder. And there's no other evidence to point to all the other fascinating scenarios we might come up with and our imagination might allow us to think about.
Wow. That's a great take, Dane. I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you so much. Where are you calling in from? What part of the country are you in?
From Washington, D.C.
All right. So just north of us, about 6 hours or so. So,
yeah.
Well, sure. Appreciate it.
It'll be fascinating to see how this unfolds. But
yeah.
I'm not sure if you have actually shared with your audience where your view is at this stage.
I haven't shared a lot. I've tried to be very open-minded.
Yeah, makes sense.
I believe that I think I need to talk about reasonable doubt with Nicole before I share my opinion. I want to talk about that. And so that's going to be later. She's going to be zooming in or calling in here soon. And we'll talk a little bit about that and about the jury charge. That's going to be important. I think more important than any case, this because it's circumstantial. But I'll be sharing that. I do think I do have an opinion. I will give it out, but I might be wrong. I've been wrong before. So thank you very much, Dane. Appreciate you calling in.
Look forward to the podcast for the days ahead.
All right. We'll see you in chat. All right. Bye.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Let's see. I know Josh has tried to get through a couple times, and he's always just at the wrong time when there's another call on. I apologize. I'm not trying to skip anybody. I just whoever comes in first is who gets to be on the phone. Let's see. Pam says, "Who is the officer that lied on the stand? Your side is great. Thank you for all your wisdom. Dane McKay has a point." Let's see. Where's I've been trying to follow. The cop that lied to the grand jury is more than enough reason to throw out the case, according to Back to the Left. I think you'll hear that from Nicole as well. She's got a very strong opinion on that fact. Let's see. I realize that I say text my burner phone. The burner phone has blown up with messages. See, Nicole, if you're listening, when you do connect, your mic will be hot the moment you connect. Just so you know, you won't be on camera, but you'll be hot as soon as you connect. So don't say anything really bad right at the beginning. That's the only way I can make sure I see you, because you're over here on one side and I'm watching over here. Let's see, is it? My chat has stopped responding. Just 1 second here. Okay. I think the guns are long ago melted. Okay. Oh, holy cow. My chat had switched to top chat for some reason. I do apologize. I missed some things. Putin is back at the courthouse, so we should see people returning shortly. I'm just showing, I just see the wall right here. That's all I see. So we'll keep an eye on that. Just 1 second here as I try to get everything put together. There we go. Now I'm back. Okay. Holy cow. Had
We love you.
Cakes Boo, I just barely missed it. Ari, you're doing great. Keep up. We love you. Thank you for the generous super chat. I love it, Cakes Boo. Hopefully you get some rest today. I'm sorry. You're probably exhausted right now. I wish everyone was on the same time zone. If the world were flat, this would be much easier to follow court cases from around the United States. Thank you, Cakes Boo. Appreciate it very much. Thanks for the support. I don't think Alex would take the case for anyone. Josh Frick calls, says Georgia. I'm watching. If he calls, I'll connect, but I'm not seeing the call right now. Let's see. Hello, Debbie. Good to have you here. JB, welcome as well. Rest is for the wicked, says Cakes Boo. Goodman Law, we'll have you. I'll bring you up on video as soon as you connect, but just know your audio will be hot when you connect. The world is flat, says Honey Love. We can go into that conversation sometime. That would be a funny one. Yes, I'm still waiting to hear from ADA or whoever her title is, who sounds like Ruth Langmore, Ozark. Alex said he would never do anything to hurt Maggie. He had her remains cremated against her wishes. Even in death, he didn't respect her. No surprise. After all, he shot her 5 times, says Mo Freedom. I think they're covering up to some extent. Sylvia Hendricks says drug involvement were more expensive. That's not the evidence. Possible money laundering and dozens of financial fraud cases. Pep screwed. It took me ages to join the chat. I could only wave, says Elizabeth. Well, now you're here. Now you're here and you can talk. Brooklyn's suggesting the guns might be buried with the dad in the casket. Yeah, there's some crazy stuff. Let's see, where's Goodman? I see Weather Watch is here. Thomas, you're getting some praise about the podcast. That's awesome. I'm a Nets fan. According to Kyrie Irving, the world is flat. The gun went the way of Hoffa. Yeah, I don't think they're going to recover the gun now. Although I'd love to try. Looks like Bella's calling in right now. Let's see what Bella has to say.
It's Bella.
I love that announcement. It's Bella. Hello, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing, Bella?
Hi, Scott. I just wanted to call in and tell you all is forgiven because that was my question early on. I said you ignored in my Lady Roger Dangerfield voice. I said, what? As long as we have so much time, let's have people call in so we can hear their voices.
Now we're doing it. We're doing it. I love having a burner phone where you guys can call because it helps me to be able to, I mean, I can see your names and I try to associate, and I just have to remember by your name who you are. But the voice is just another connection. So, Bella, I do love it as well. And I love to hear all the different opinions. Sometimes it's hard to say in chat what what would be easy to say if we could just talk. And that makes that possible as well.
And just a big hello to all my fellow addicts. I love you all. I've just been sparse back to working after all my injuries where I was sitting on my bum just watching this. But love the program. Love everyone. It's been the best therapy.
That's
and
wonderful.
I'm addicted.
That's
There's
awesome.
that.
It's a good addiction. It's a good addiction. Thank you so much, Bella. Appreciate you taking the time to call in. We'll see you in chat for sure. All right.
Okay, as soon as I'm done with my floors.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. That's awesome. Love Bella. Let's see. It's interesting to hear all the theories. Yes, for sure. I mean, swamps for the guns and the clothing. There's so much. And when you talk swamp, if you haven't been in the swamps area, we have some swamps in North Carolina. We have some obviously in South Carolina. The further south you go, there's more. But the swamp is not what you might think of as a swamp, say out west, where there might be a little, some cattails and stuff growing. The swamp is no man's land. It is thick. It is incredible to dig through, and the stink and the mud and the muck and the snakes and the ticks and everything else. It's not a place you want to play. Addict land is the best. I've never heard it called addict land. Welcome to addict land. It's comforting to see so many that believe Alex is guilty but stand by the rule of law. Innocent until proven guilty. America is still the best place to be. Michelle Stark just came with the
Because
super
I
chat.
have the voice that's perfect for a silent movie grinning face with big eyes.
Michelle, that's funny. I have a face for radio, so it's what we have. We work with what we've got. But thank you very much for your generous super chat. I appreciate it. The property has many ponds as well. Lots of water features on that property for sure. That's why they do duck hunting and things there. Like Louisiana Swamp? Yes, like Louisiana Swamp. I don't know where Josh went. I think he was trying to text me, and I'm having a hard time following the text and the messages at the same time. Let's see where's Josh at? I think he was sending me videos of, let's see. Looks like we got some action down at the courthouse. Justice is coming soon. Look at the guy with the sign out there. This is for Alec Murdaugh. This is Alex Murdaugh's parking spot. His special Uber arrives right here. This is the court of opinion, not a court of law. We can have opinions. We do, and we change our opinions sometimes. I do. I have changed my opinion. I've been educated by many of you on different topics, and I'm open to listening to other things, because even though I think I'm fairly secure and firm in my opinion and the grounding that's based on, I also realize
Great
that
to
I make
speak,
mistakes.
and thank you for all you do. Love Northeast England, flag of England.
Thank you, Jules. Appreciate it so much. Thank you for your support. I do love England. Spent a couple of years there and just had some great memories there. Great, amazing people that I met. I hate hearing myself on recordings. Katrina, me too. And it's funny that now I hear myself talk for 8 to 9 hours a day, and I seem to be okay with it. I've made my peace. I'm sort of like, who was it that testified yesterday? Alex's law partner, saying, do you still hate Alex for what he did? He's like, no, I can't hold on to that hate. I've made my peace with it. I didn't forgive him, type thing, but I've made my peace. I just can't live like that. That's how I am with hearing my own voice. I've just made peace with it. It is what it is. We're going to go on. Let's see. It took my joke, man. With LiDAR technology, why not use scanner to scan the entire property? LiDAR is, Michael Stevens, LiDAR is difficult to use through heavy foliage. And that's what a lot of the property is. some of my buddies have paid to use LiDAR scanning on properties for metal detecting and looking for signs of old buildings and things like that. And as amazing as it is, it's not able to do everything you want. There's no magic bullet as far as cameras. I mean, even if you go into hyperspectral imaging and things like that, there's some cool things that can help, but nothing's going to beat inch by inch human search of the area. That Reverend has been praying every day with those in line. That's awesome. So he's been a regular down there. Looks like something's going to happen soon because the officers are standing around waiting. Who's the gentleman in the hat with the backpack? He looks like he walked off the set To Kill a Mockingbird or something. And then you've got clearly a reporter or somebody talking to the Reverend there. Looks like what do you think the Reverend thinks? Justice coming soon. If he's holding that sign for Alec Newman en route to justice, do you think the Reverend is leaning guilty? They need to move that guy out of the way. Yes, justice is coming soon. I think they'll allow him to stand there as long as he doesn't interfere. They're let's see, people are arriving here, jumping out of a moving vehicle. It barely even stopped, but she made it. Okay. Yeah, I think it is a Reverend holding the sign. I don't know personally. Indiana Jones is there. He needs a different case. He needs like a different case. That's all. Hatman looks like Oliver Platt. Anna Jane says, if Alex is found not guilty, will the good Reverend still think justice was coming soon? Yes, it could be taken both ways. Alex could look at that and see, yes, justice, vindication. All this false accusation is finally going to be at rest. Every time a van goes by, I'm wondering, is that the jury? Is that the jury? I think a Grim Reaper costume would be even more of a statement, but probably not allowed. For any reasonable doubt to exist, it must come from insufficient evidence or conflicts within the evidence. That would leave an impartial fact finder less than fully convicted of guilt. I'm going to read that one more time. For any reasonable doubt to exist, it must come from insufficient evidence or conflicts with the evidence, within the evidence, that would leave an impartial fact finder less than fully convinced of the guilt. I think what the definition I want to go with is the one that's in the South Carolina, sort of like the template, the jury instruction template, and we're going to share those a little bit. Let me see if I've got them pulled up here. Where were they? I think I have to pull them up one more time. It was an email from, I think it was Dilly. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so here's, I probably want to talk. Oh, looks like they're coming in. There's some action here. Maybe they're pulling up here soon. Is that the pink handcuffs dude? I think one of those guys, one of those burly sheriff's deputies are pink handcuffs dude. Not curious about specifics. Do you support your family with YouTube projects? Gloria, this is my full-time job. This is what I do. I used to work in IT for the Department of Defense, and my last paycheck, I stopped getting paid April 30th of last year. And I earned $0 from then until November. And now I'm slowly working towards earning a living on YouTube. Not there yet. Still in the negative each month, but we're getting closer. Samantha Terry gifted another membership, and Roxy as well. Thank you so much for both of you. It's not true. They scanned the Amazon rainforest, found lots of cities. No good for small items like guns. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. One man's view. The LiDAR is very good for looking for like a lost city. That would be perfect. You're going to find structures and things that you can't see normally, that you wouldn't be able to get to on foot. But if you're looking for some clothing or some guns or something like that, that it's a small item that can easily be concealed, that would be much more difficult. Looks like Alex has arrived. And the garbage man's outside too. Just open the gates.
RA, thank you for giving me a place where I feel like we're all family. Red heart.
So now we're close. If Alex is here, we're probably within half an hour of court starting. Thank you very much, Roxy. You are an amazing support of the channel. You're wonderful. I appreciate having you in chat and all that you do to make this a fun place. It would not be the same without you, Roxy. Very grateful for your support. Let's see. I can't believe he's standing there with the sign. There are lots of people with signs around. This just happens to be one of the only places where you can see them. And honestly, that particular individual holding that sign, it may not be anything to do with Alex. He may not. I mean, I think it is, but it might be more just like to the world in general. This is the preacher getting the message out. You know, the end is near. Repent, type thing. It could be that way as well. And what better format when you have a couple million people around the world watching a live stream, various different live streams. Let's see. I think the Rev has a totally different agenda with that sign. An opportunist. Possible. I don't think he went, Lee the Girl. I don't think Alex was there. Maybe someone else can tell me. The van did come in pretty fast. But I don't think for any of the texts I've seen from the news media that helped or that went. Sorry, I'm trying to read and talk at the same time. I'm doing an awful job of both. Any of the media didn't say anything about Alex being there. As part of we knew the judge went, we knew the attorneys went, we knew that the jury went with a couple bailiffs. That's it. Okay. Let me see. Burner, when you get a chance, not to read on stream. I love these ones that come with the warning. Read this, but don't read it out loud. Let me take a quick look, Amber. Yeah. Thank you, Amber. We're gonna be very, very relaxed today. I think today's gonna be a relaxed day. We're gonna take it easy and give people a lot of latitude. I wouldn't mind getting arrested in South Carolina. What are you saying, honey love? What are you talking about? Is that because of the sheriffs that might be involved? Let's see, millions and millions of people watching you. Okay, could the sign preacher just be responding to the balloon? Yes. Let's tie the balloon in here as well.
I second Roxy's message. Thank you so much for showing up every day and always sharing kindness. Forever grateful. Smiling face holding back tears. Smiling face holding back tears. Smiling face holding back tears. Smiling face holding back
Lots
tears.
of smiling
Hands
faces.
with medium light skin tone pressed together. Red heart. Love all the RA community too.
Thank you, Myra. Thank you very much. You all are amazing. I appreciate your support. So excited to see your book. I hope that does really well. If you have not already, please, Myra, can you link your book in chat? I missed it if you did it before. Myra is an author. She wrote a children's book that everyone who has read it already says it's amazing. She's going to send me a copy as well for my kids. I'm super excited about. Vera Man admitted to being an addict. You didn't know you did this, Vera Man. You thought you were just clicking the subscribe button, but really it just tells the whole world that you are a true crime addict. We love you here. Glad you found your true home, but you can never leave once you show up. Sort of like Hotel California. Good to have you here. Exploited Innocent says, my guess, we'll see a Friday evening verdict. So that would mean, I don't know how much deliberation is going to happen today, but that would give us basically 2 full days or 16 hours roughly of deliberation, assuming they don't start tonight and they run both days all the day. Is it okay to ask where you're located? Yes, Pam Carroll, I'm in North Carolina. I'm just a couple hours north of where the courthouse is. I'm in my home. It looks like I'm in the courthouse, but I'm in my home. Did y'all get the chance to see inside Alex holding cells at the courthouse? That bench seat looks uncomfy. Yeah, it's not luxurious settings that he's used to. Perhaps the man standing with the sign has been affected by Alex's wrongdoings. Found a lady who's live on TikTok outside the courthouse. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people providing feeds like that. Sort of what we saw at when the jury was leaving Moselle. Will we see jury instructions? Yes, we will, Rock and Dawkins. I really want to hear this because I know that both sides, both the prosecution and defense, have a little bit of input on jury instructions, and they can say some stuff. Really, that's what they can do. Sorry, I've got to get my Zoom ready for. Let's see. Why is that not working?
I just want to hear her read my cross streets and tell you all how much I love you in chat. Cross streets, cash law powder and Tejon face rolling on the floor laughing.
Cross streets, cash la podre and Tejon. Yeah, I did poorly at it as well, Lady Writer, but that's awesome. Yeah, you can make the voice say all sorts of cool things as long as it's good, as long as it's appropriate, so we don't have to mute it. Thank you very much, Lady Writer. I appreciate the support. The judge didn't put any limit on time for closing arguments. Who can talk for days, so maybe an intro into tomorrow for closing. Please no, Carol. Please no. Can we start a petition and require them to have no more than half a day for closing combined? Peter just did a mock closing argument for the state. Worth a watch. I'll have to check that out. I wonder what approach he went. Hopefully it was short on the financial side of things, just a little bit. Why is things not doing what they should? Is Zoom working properly for you guys, or for? Let's see. Video settings. Okay, it should be set up, but it's not showing my own view, which I guess is good, but. Okay, if Nicole pops in, I think it'll work. All right. Cash la poudre and Tejon with the jalapeno, says Lady Writer. Gloria, love that you love the channel. If they wanted me to go to rehab, I'd say no. This is one of those good addictions. Remember the old days with DB jury instructions? Those were awful. But I want to hear, talking about jury instructions, I want to hear what the judge says. Each side, I got sidetracked just briefly, but each side gets to input a little bit of what's included in the jury instructions. The basics of it are going to be the same. There's like a copy-paste document the judge has, and he's like, this is the standard jury instructions, but there are other elements that they may or may not want instructed to the jury because they may or not have been a part of the case. You know, we've got different sides that have said, because this happened, because this was allowed in, we need a jury instruction to say, now this evidence should not be considered this way. Squirrel. And so we'll see some variation to that. But I think the part that we really want to listen to is the jury instruction that has to do with reasonable doubt. That has to do with how the jurors should determine if they're viewing circumstantial evidence and determining guilt based on that, how they should determine whether or not they should find him guilty. That's going to be interesting. I'm Puzzle One says, why didn't they let the jurors take notes? It's just not something they do down there.
Court is now in session.
That's not it. You guys are pulling my leg. Peter's mock closing argument was great. Brief, eloquent, and linear. Linear is important here. This is the key word, linear. If they jump around in timeline, in reasoning, if they go back and forth, it's going to be awful. I think they can do it, Eddie. I really think they can do a linear closing from the state particularly. The defense can jump around. The defense is all about confusion, all about making somebody stop and think and go back and but wait type thing. That's what they want to do. So they can jump around a little bit, but for prosecution, this has got to be connect the dots. And here's the picture.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Yes, please don't do that. Let's see. Jim will be doing the closing arguments, not Poot, so that's a good thing. I think we'll see a side of Jim that's not the bumbling type. What you're saying is type thing. I don't think we're going to see that in closing. I think we're going to see a more focused, a more direct, maybe even a more forceful side of Jim. If the prosecution is loud and crazy, it will be lost on the jury. They are going to be loud and crazy. They will. I'm not sure if it's going to be the first part. Oh, looks, we got a little bit of action here in the courtroom, just with the court clerk setting things up for the judge. So it means probably here in the next 10 minutes or so we'll have the judge here, maybe sooner.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Jury duty is protected. You cannot punish an employee for serving. You're right. You can't lose your job because you had to serve jury duty. Red pen, change the lights to horse. I have to fix that setting. We do not have a horse setting on the lights. I don't even know what it would look like if there was.
Murdaugh stole it.
I am confused, says I am Puzzleman. I am sorry. What are you confused about? How awesome would it be to hear deliberations? That would be very interesting, but at the same time, that might be very problematic. Jury deliberations are protected for a reason, and they should be able to.
That is not relevant.
This is irrelevant, I promise. They should be able to have those discussions without worry about somebody second guessing how they said things or what they said or what they thought about. I do believe in keeping those private. I'd still want to be there, but I think they should be private. The fly on the wall type thing would be fantastic. I fear closing arguments. The ham acting is going to come thick and fast. As a theater director, says Gloria. Let's see. Am I going to demon sit while you call in, Little Miss? No, unfortunately, I cannot watch that dog. I have too many cables for it to chew on here. $15 per day plus mileage. I thought it was 20, but 15, 20. What's the difference between friends? That is not much money over the week. Hopefully, these employees, if they're working and lost income, this is a big deal. I don't know if all of them are, what their financial situation is, but it's anyone sitting in trial for a month is a huge burden, and they should be excused perpetually from jury service from now on. Most people get a day or two, 3 days most.
Alex stole it.
Attorneys I worked for gave me the day with pay, no leave necessary, plus my jury fee. That's awesome, Rockin' Dawkins. I think companies should do that. It's sort of the right thing to do. It's the company supporting civic duties of their employees. It does a lot to just show your employees you're worried about them, that their concerns are your concerns. Well, that's interesting. My command printed backwards. The second comment printed before the first one. Closing arguments are probably the only way we're going to understand what's going on. They need to button this up. This is not the first televised case out of South Carolina. There have been many. Let's see. I'm trying to read all the comments here. The phone's quiet now, which is good. It's a little bit quiet. If somebody does want to call in, Nicole, I'm not sure what your schedule is. We're approaching the judge showing up, so I'd hate to cut you off again short. I had to leave early yesterday. Yeah. Demon Puppy would be so occupied you'd never know he was here. Just throw him a box of old cables. Make sure he's in a room with no furniture, walls, or carpet, though. I'm afraid Demon Puppy would not go well in my home, even though the kids would love it. If there's sequester, there's a little mileage compensation. Yeah. It'd be wonderful if Alf would jump up and say, yes, Eddie and I are both guilty of murder. Now I've told the truth. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. I'm not holding my breath for that one, Pam. It would be funny, though. Talk about circus. The phone throwing thing looked like a skit, in my opinion. It was so bad. It was so bad. I did watch Peter yesterday as he was talking about that. The expert witness saying, I just sat in my office and threw my phone around, and I determined that, this is literally, it's as scientific as someone saying, I flipped a coin a lot of times, and guess what? I found that most of the time it didn't come on. How many times do you try it? 10 times. It's like, and 10's a good number. You can base, your expert decision off 10 times. I mean, statistically, the odds of flipping a coin and getting heads 10 times in a row is very low. I'll admit that the more times you flip, the lower the odds of you getting that same coin flip. But each time you flip it is 50-50. And it's possible to have 10 in a row. But he's saying, I threw the phone a couple different directions and the light didn't come on. So here's my expert opinion. as an expert phone flipper. Jury duty is patriotic responsibility. It's the cost of rule of law. Gloria, that's part of it. The other part is voting, being an educated voter. Judge is not here quite yet. We all got our wages paid for jury duty. Yeah, we don't here. My job, we didn't allow them to pay, and it was $15 a day for court. Your job didn't allow them to pay? I think it would be one or the other usually. Do I play the guitar? I do. There is a guitar in the corner over here that I play a little bit. Write a few songs, sing little songs. I'm not very good at it. Maybe one of the jurors will start a stream to let us know how the deliberations went. Barbara, hopefully not during deliberations, because that would be mistrial right there. That would be game over. Let's try this again next month. You could lose your house and car from sitting on a jury for $10 a day. That would be one of the hardships that you would bring up to the judge in the questioning, because generally they have an idea if it will be a lengthy trial or a short trial, and that would be something you brought up. And if that's too much of a hardship, you might be excused for cause. But if it was just a few days and you lose some money, but sorry, that's jury duty, no excuse. I don't think we'll ever really know what happened that night. Unfortunately, Ginger, that's the way with most crimes. We rarely get a complete picture of everything that happened. Alex was smiling out of the van. He's feeling pretty confident for a reason. It'll be interesting to see how his demeanor changes during verdict watch. Once the jury's not there, once the decision is going to be made, the next time they come in, it will be decided. It will be done. So it'll be interesting to see if his demeanor changes at that point. You told us this morning we have a couple of hours before we go into court. Where's those couple of hours gone? They are gone. We had some calls. You guys called in a little bit. We had a little fun that way. We've talked about a few things. We had roll call, and now the hours are gone. We might have lunch before the jury comes back. Wish Alex could do his own closing argument. What would that look like, Sylvia? What would he talk about? Obviously, legally he couldn't because he has representation, and legally the representation talks and he doesn't. There's only a couple times when the judge ever even addresses him and he's supposed to speak at all, and that has to do with him testifying in his own defense. But if he was his own lawyer, that would be bizarre. It would be crazy.
Bring the jury.
Will Mrs. R.A. host your channel when you're called for jury duty? No, I don't think she will. She loves making videos, but does not like going live on the air. It's very hard for me to get her to share her opinion on the air. She likes to make videos, but she doesn't like to be on live. It said Gilligan 3-hour tour, Gilligan's Island. What if the real killer was in the court the entire time? Oh man, fuel cost, and if you don't have paid leave time, you could be detrimental to some. Nicole is sneaking up. Oh, Nicole is sneaking up. Holy cow. I see a chair. So she's connected. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure everything's connected the way it should be. Hold on, Nicole.
I muted my...
Oh, I hear you. Just 1 second.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
And move this over here. I'm having some weird issues with Zoom, Nicole.
I'm having weird issues with my computer.
Oh, maybe that.
Judge Newman presides.
You know what? Let me try and reconnect. I'm going to try and do something on my end.
Look what just happened. Seriously. The judge just walked in. Nicole.
We'll talk at break.
We'll talk at break. Okay, I'll keep Zoom open. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Anything before we bring the jury? Yes, sir.
Alex stole it as well.
Okay, I'm going to turn down the audio on the... Oh, they're approaching. Why are they approaching without the jury here?
Bring the jury.
No, he didn't say bring the jury yet. Why are they approaching when the jury's not present? They're standing all over these poor court reporters, everybody here. There's no room for them to be up there. Is that Doug in the blue shirt? I think that's Doug today. Maybe, no, I think he's got a side piece, so that would be a bailiff. Okay, let's see. I'm behind you. Goodman's on Zoom. Sorry, I missed it completely. I was so far behind in chat. Not sure yet, Elisa B. I'm not sure. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything from Wisconsin. But let's see. I think the jurors like it, a high-profile case. I want a Perry Mason moment. My company pays us full pay, less the court rate. That's the right way to do it, Meanie Banana. I think that's perfect. That way you're not double dipping. $10 a day is hard. I've served 3 times when parking costs more than jury pay. That is awful. That is like insult to injury. The least they could do is give you a parking voucher. Let's see. What's the link here? Roxy, what are you saying here? I tried to get the link and I got a new phone. I don't know how to share it. You don't need to do a super chat. Just tag me in it. Let me see what... I'll try to answer your question. That's one thing I intend to keep the same on this channel, regardless of how big it gets. You don't have to be a member. You don't have to be a subscriber. You don't have to do a super chat. I want to get input from everybody. Obviously, the bigger it gets, the harder it is to see everything. But I don't base my comments and responses only to super chats. I think everyone should be able to participate regardless of income, like income on the channel. As Lockhart looks so on top of it, the way she slides over to listen to the judge without moving. Yeah, she's used to these lawyers just barging up through there. Doug is armed. No one touches Doug's Elmo. I love that. On my phone, the tag names don't come up with the @ symbol. Sometimes on the phone it doesn't. I think you have to be on a computer. Can I make Myra a link for her book? Yes, I can. Let's see. That's a short link right there. Let me try and create one here. Let's see. I'm gonna have to shut some things off to do this. Just 1 second. Shut that off. Okay. Now open link in a new tab. Okay. Where'd the chat go? No, where'd the chat go? Grr. Okay, it's going to be a challenge. I might need somebody to send me the link on the burner phone. It doesn't want to play nice. I apologize for that. Is gallery full? It's looking pretty full from this angle, where we can just see see it. I don't know. I don't have these synced up yet, so like the law and crime feed also looks like it's a full gallery. It looks pretty packed. What happened with Alex changing his glasses? He got a new pair of glasses just probably in the last 2 or 3 days. He had the other pair that were sort of like the spectacles on the end of the nose. Alex is reading something. Grisham is back. Grisham is the mayor, the town mayor. Blue tie in the back is rocking it. Yeah, that is a brilliant tie. I do approve. I like it. New prescription, maybe. Colin Firth is Alan Murdaugh. I like these suggestions. I don't think Alex went on the field trip. I think he's reading a report or maybe even the closing statements that his attorney's going to be giving. No, it's got some charts in there, so I'm not sure. I saw at least one chart. Maybe it's the... Not sure. The guy behind Alex is the guy who was outside with a brown hat. No, that's a different guy. I don't think he had the beard. Tell me if that works. Thank you, Myra. I'll take a look at that. Looks like court papers. The real killer was in the court the entire time. He was known as the defendant, says Mo Freedom. Case of characters. He's reading jury instructions, possibly. I don't think so. He's still working. The one in peach is wearing too much makeup. I think it's just this feed. This particular feed has a high contrast. The camera can be adjusted to make everyone look quite colorful. Buster should be there today. I haven't seen him enter the courtroom, but he should be there. I'm pretty sure he will be. I don't think the Reverend came inside. I don't think he had a pass to come in. The people of Arizona and Hawaii are stakeholders in the Vallow trial. We should be able to access video via internet stream. Come on, Idaho voters, change the law. The judge is actually the problem there, Gloria. The judge is the one that closed the courtroom, and I wish they would reconsider. Have a great pic of my cat watching you on the TV, Scott. Tried to send you a pic to the burner phone, but for some reason it wasn't working. I'll try again in a little bit. Sounds awesome, Jen. Hopefully I'm able to see that. If it doesn't work, you can try the email. I check it once a year, whether I need to or not. But you can send me a message, and I'll check it then. Let's see. I had to step away. Was the viewing media packed? Did it turn into a crap show? Rachel, it was sort of, there became quite a crowd of people there towards the end, taking pictures and filming. Not a ton. I thought it would be much worse. I still haven't heard if there were drones that flew over or anything like that. But apparently they got to see a lot of different things, maybe even the gun range, and where the camera, where the phone was dropped. Dear cameraman, please show handsome lawyer, says DMB. Camera makes Alex Murdaugh red highlights more attractive. I have children and older children, but I'm a fan of children's books. Oh, that's to Myra. Awesome. That is cool. Colin Firth should play the man with the bangs and the fringe. Wasn't Colin Firth the guy on Pride and Prejudice? See the law and crime chick about halfway back? She is there. Lots of discussion going on. And I haven't been following which side is winning. Let's see. I think the two sides are, well, let me switch to this other angle here. I'm going to try to get this synced up perfectly. And just like that, we're synced. I'm getting good at that. I'm going to see, since we're not using Zoom right now, it's sad. We could have had a discussion here, but as soon as Nicole gets back on Zoom, the judge will be like, all right, bring the jury. Buster is there. Do you see his red hair?
So...
Judge is having a good little laugh about something. Not sure what it is.
bring the jury.
That wasn't him. It wasn't him. Okay. Wonder why Randy only attended court a couple times. I don't know. Sometimes family just doesn't like to be present for it. The name of Myra's book is My Cat Brother, Sterling. Okay. Judge is having a little snack. Some leftovers from the field trip. Okay, let's see who's here in court. There's Buster. He's back there on the aisle seat, 2 or 3 rows back. Court does look pretty packed. A little bit of space. They might let another 1 or 2 people in. Everyone's just taking a peek. I like this view of the courtroom, this overview. You can see the blank spot on the wall in back of Poot. So here we have a picture. The other picture on the other side, because it was symmetrical, was the great-grandfather. It was the original Murdaugh. Was his picture was hanging on the wall in this courtroom. Clearly, they had to take that down before the trial started to have the spitting image of Alec on the wall would not be appropriate. Samantha. Sorry, Roxy, Samantha. You guys are both very generous. Samantha just gifted a membership, and looks like Cajun Mama received it. Thank you very much. I know I've missed a couple. I do apologize. Got a little crazy there for a minute. If he's charged with the murders, can Tinsley sue him for anything because of the boating accident? Yes, Tinsley is suing him because of the boating accident. That case is going forward.
Jury.
Or maybe it's settled. I'm not sure if they've settled that one yet, but I think they were still
suing.
Bring
the jury.
Now we're bringing the jury. More nonstop action. It depends. We might still be on verdict watch next week. That would be awful, right? If we're still in verdict watch. The jury's already here. Waters got in the last word. Yeah, one side should not be talking to the judge on their own. If one guy's up there, the other side should be represented as well. If for nothing else, for appearances. Okay, I'm going to turn down the sound effects, just so we can focus. This is the part we want to listen to, so we're not going to play the sound effects during this part. They settled with Buster in the boat case. Alex and the liquor company have not settled yet, so that's going on. There's a good suggestion. That's Poot. To the jury, please don't take too long. Some of us have things we want to do before the weekend.
Okay. The jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you.
Did I not show you the view I was talking about? I think I was looking at it myself and you guys couldn't see it. Sorry about that. Thanks, Jen. I'll take a look at that, the cat pic. Apparently, the cat likes the show.
Let's wait till everyone gets settled. Welcome again, once again. Day number 27. And you have heard all of the testimony, received all of the evidence. You've visited the scene of the alleged crimes. And now it's time for closing arguments. First, by the state, Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning. It's been a long trial, hasn't it? On June 7th, 2021, at the Moselle property in Colleton County, Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh were brutally and maliciously murdered at the kennels by Alec Murdaugh. Paul, as you know, suffered 2 shotgun blasts. Maggie suffered 5 blackout rifle wounds. And after an exhaustive investigation, there is only one person who had the motive, who had the means, who had the opportunity to commit these crimes, and also whose guilty conduct after these crimes betrays him. The defendant was the one person who was living a lie. The defendant is the person on which a storm was descending, and the defendant is a person where his own storm would actually mean consequences for Maggie and Paul, and consequences for those who trusted him. And that person is the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh. I know this has been a long trial because it's a complicated case. And I'm not going to talk forever, I promise. But I am going to try to distill this down for you. And the first thing I want to do is set the stage. And to set the stage, we have to understand a little bit about Alec Murdaugh and who he was and who he is. He was a person of singular prominence and respect in this community. But he's also a person who's been able to avoid accountability for all of his life. While he was outwardly giving the illusion of wealth and a very lucrative law practice, some bad land deals and that sort of thing, exacerbated by the economic recession, led to some financial problems. And then he had some big cases in the early 2011, 2012. And all his partners, and you've heard testimony to this, thought that that had taken care of things. You've heard cases like the Thomas case and the Pinckney case and the Plyler case and the Badger case. But the evidence that you've heard shows that the defendant became so addicted and so dependent on a velocity of money that the millions of dollars in legal fees that he was receiving was not enough. And so he started to steal. And how did he steal? He stole by billing personal expenses to the firm. He stole by stealing from his own family. You heard the testimony about the check he stole from his brother Randy. But then the main ways were 2 schemes that he developed. And the first one was to get checks made out from the client trust account to Palmetto State Bank, to fast talk the staff and fast talk the clients with those disbursements, and then take it to Palmetto State Bank, where his buddy Russell Lafitte would convert those and use those to pay personal expenses. And each time, until the end, it worked because the client was also getting a big check. And they were walking out of there thinking that everything had been fine when it was not. But then in 2015, he opened up the fake Forge account. And then all he had to do was get disbursements paid out to the Forge account. And once he did that, he would convert those to his personal use. And to do that, though, he also had to fast talk staff and fast talk clients. And that scheme continued up until everything fell apart in the end. The other thing you have to understand is during this time when he's earning millions of dollars and stealing millions of dollars, he's also borrowing millions of dollars from wherever he can. The bank, his law partners, his father, and it still wasn't enough. And this slow burn was continuing and continuing until the boat crash happened in February of 2019. And that changed everything. That set in motion things that were going to happen because of the criminal charges related to that case as well as the civil charges related to that case. And in the aftermath of the boat case, things changed. The pace of his stealing increased. In fact, that's when he stole the money from Tony Satterfield that you heard from. Ultimately stole about $4.5 million between the Satterfields and others. And unlike other cases, Tony Satterfield, who was the son of his longtime housekeeper, he took all the money. Took every bit of it. And that was coming to a head as we move into the spring of 2021, because there had been some publicity, and you heard from Tony Satterfield that he was, the defendant reached out in the spring of 2021 because there had been publicity and saying, hey, I'm still working on the case, everything's fine, I'm still working on the case, it's good. But the reality is the defendant didn't have that money to pay it back. And he had one saving grace, because as you've heard, they don't get paid until the end of the year. And his saving grace was the Ferris case, which they tried in December. They get the verdict and get paid in March, and that's when he convinces Chris Wilson to send those $792,000 of fees to him. But the problem is that only lasted for about 2 months. $792,000 only lasted for about 2 months. And then he's running out of money again. Meanwhile, you've heard in the boat case that Mark Tinsley was seeking to get a large personal recovery from Alec Murdaugh of $10 million, because he thought, as many people did, that he was wealthy and had a lot of money. And when they said he didn't, he filed a motion to compel. And you've heard testimony about whether or not that had been granted, but it doesn't change the fact that that's what Mark Tinsley was seeking to do. And that boat case hearing had been scheduled for June 10th. In May of 2021, as we move into June, that's when Alec's own paralegal got the expense check for the Ferris case, but not the fee check, and tried to raise that to Alec and couldn't get a straight answer, tried to raise it to Chris Wilson and couldn't get a straight answer, or to his office. Raise that to Alec, and so it goes to Jeannie Seconder, and Jeannie Seconder goes to the partners, and they can't get an answer about that either. And they want an answer to that because they're worried, because Alec has been talking about structuring fees, and they're worried he may be trying to hide assets because of the boat case, and they don't want to be a part of that. All of these things are coming to a head, and his finances are falling apart. And you heard from the banker there. You heard where his finances were at on June 7th, 2021. And you saw what happened in the wake of that. Within a short period of time, he was negative $347,000. On June 7th, 2021, he was in the office. He was working on the boat case, working on those financial disclosures, when Jeannie Seconder came in and confronted him about those fees that he no longer had and couldn't pay back. And on June 7th, 2021, and he tells this to Jeannie Seconder, his father Randolph is having a very difficult time. And while they might have said it was some positive news, the reality is that he was very, very sick, and he had always been someone that the defendant could go to, that he could borrow money from. And so that pressure is happening as well. And on June 7th, 2021, as all these pressures were mounting, the defendant killed Maggie and Paul. And how do we know that? We're going to talk in detail about that. But
you guys, let's focus on the trial here. You know, there's some other conversations going on. Let's see if we can all focus on the trial for just for a minute. This is the end here.
The forensic timeline puts him there. The use of his family weapons corroborates that. And his lies and guilty actions afterwards confirms it. And we'll go over each of those in great detail. Before we get to that, though, I want to finish out, because in the wake of this, everything changes. All those things that were coming to a head immediately go away. It's a different world now. They're not asking about the Ferris fees anymore. And you heard testimony to that. Mark Tinsley doesn't believe the case is going to have the same value anymore because the sympathies of the case have changed after this tragedy. And you heard that. And who would better understand that than Alec Murdaugh, who does the same work? The boat case hearing goes away. And everyone immediately rallies around Alec Murdaugh. And it worked, because it allowed him to borrow $250,000 from Johnny Parker, his law partner, who of course wouldn't have loaned him that money if he knew what Alec was up to, and allowed him to go to Palmetto State Bank and get $350,000 in an off-the-books loan that hadn't even been applied for, and to send that money to Chris Wilson and convince Chris Wilson to pay another $192,000 of his own money, and to send an email to the firm that everything was okay. And that made it another month or so until Annette Griswold found that Ferris check in his office, and Jeannie Seconder looked up the forged accounts. And what happened in the wake of that? What was the reaction of Alec Murdaugh? Within a day of September 3rd of him being forced to resign, his buddy Chris Wilson is trying to see him, comes and sees him on September 4th and confronts him about what he's been doing. And then within 2 hours, the side of the road happens. And Alec is a victim again. When accountability was at his door, he was a victim again. And he told a extremely detailed lie and went so far as to draw a composite sketch with the police of this assailant. And the accountability that had arrived at his doorstep again, he tried again, tried to get it to go away, and it worked for a little while. People thought, oh my gosh, what's happened here? Should we be suspicious of Alec anymore? But this time it fell apart a little quicker, because his own brother figured out that he was trying to buy drugs, and the case fell apart very quickly. This is the setup for what we look at and what's going on. And it seems like a story that's far removed from most people's experience, because it is. It is a different story like has never been seen before, but the reason is that he is a different man than the kind of stories that we've seen before. This is a different set of circumstances than we've seen before, and it's certainly easy to understand when you have a middle-aged man who's outwardly successful, who has a strong family legacy, who has a prominence in the community and a reputation, but is living a lie. Is living a lie. And that leads to, and can lead to, those pressures being overwhelming and actions like this happening. Husbands have been killing wives, unfortunately, for years, and husbands killing sons goes back as far as King Herod, probably further. When those pressures mount and someone becomes a family annihilator. Now the computer input, please. All right. We got to do a little law school. I'm certainly not a professor, but we need to go through a few of the concepts here. And one of the most important concepts is the fundamental role, one of the fundamental roles while y'all are here. As the judge has told you, he's the judge of the law, but y'all are the judge of the facts. And what does judge of the facts mean? Well, a big part of that is that you determine credibility. You determine believability. You determine which witnesses you want to rely on or not rely on. You can rely on a part of a witness's testimony, all of a witness's testimony, one against many, many against one. It's up to each one of you individually to make that determinations and decisions, and then to collectively discuss those into a group decision. But credibility is important. Is it believable? Is what somebody's telling you believable? And there's many things you can consider in credibility, but a few of those are the demeanor of the witness on the witness stand, whether the witness has a reason to be biased, whether the testimony of the witness was contradicted on one hand or supported or corroborated on another, whether the witness has been dishonest in the past. And again, you can believe witnesses all against one, one against others, and you can believe portions of a witness's testimony as you see fit. Same thing goes for experts. Expert is a legal determination that allows them to give an opinion. Just because someone's qualified as an expert doesn't mean that you have to accept their opinion. You can judge that based on your assessment of the credibility and the relevance and the believability of that testimony. There's nothing different about that when someone's an expert. Beyond a reasonable doubt, I talked about this at the beginning of the case. And it's our burden. It's a burden we welcome. It's how this system works, that we have to prove the guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And what is a reasonable doubt? A reasonable doubt is a doubt that makes a reasonable, honest, sincere juror hesitate to act.
Didn't say
It's
conscientious.
proof that a reasonable person would not hesitate to rely on in their affairs. But a reasonable doubt is not and leaves you firmly convinced of the guilt of the defendant, but it doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt. It doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt. I used to try a case against a defense attorney, and he would pull up a picture of something. Right here I have the Mona Lisa.
Facts not in evidence.
And he would tear off a piece like that and say, ladies and gentlemen, that's reasonable doubt. And my response to that is, you still know what this is, right? You still know what it is. And that's reasonable doubt, okay? If you still know what it is and you're firmly convinced, then it's your duty under the oath that you've taken as the law, as the judge will give you the law.
Jim's going to take that same thing and tear the picture out and hold up the paper with a hole in the middle.
Direct and circumstantial.
Now what is it?
Directly proves the existence of the fact, and circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of that fact. And we talked a little bit about that at the beginning. Sometimes people in common discussions will say, oh, the case is just circumstantial. But the law says that doesn't matter. The circumstantial evidence can be just as good as direct evidence. It is just as good. It makes no distinction between that, and the judge will charge you on that. There's no greater degree of certainty required of circumstantial evidence than of direct evidence. The circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the defendant. And I gave you all an illustration at the beginning. I'm not going to redo the whole thing, but about being inside. And you go outside and it starts raining, and you know it's raining, okay, because you got direct evidence, you're getting wet. But if you go inside and you're in a closed room and all of a sudden it gets dark and you hear thunder and you hear the wind rustling and you hear the rain coming down on top of the roof, and then after an hour or so you go outside and the sun's shining, but there's limbs all down in the yard, and it's wet as far as the eye can see, and there are puddles in the yard and puddles in the driveway. Is there any reasonable doubt what happened, that it rained? Now, again, I'll say it again. Supposedly, I guess somebody could have sprayed the whole neighborhood with a hose and blown a fan to blow the wind down, or blow the limbs down, simulate wind, but that's not a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. Circumstantial evidence can be just as strong as direct evidence. It is just as strong. The law makes no distinction just because it's circumstantial. All right, let's talk about murder. Murder is the willful killing of someone with malice aforethought. It's the unlawful and willful killing of any person by one with malice aforethought. The crime of murder is really, as far as the elements go, fairly simple. The operative terms here, the most important terms are malice, which is the mental state that the person must have, and a forethought. But let's talk about those. What exactly do they mean? Malice, and it could be any of these. It can be the hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another, but it also can be the intentional doing of a wrongful act with an intent to inflict an injury under the circumstances that the law would infer an evil intent. It could be a general malignant recklessness of the lives and safety of others. It could be a wicked or depraved spirit intent on doing wrong. It could be using firearms, shotgun in a blackout to blow somebody away. That can be malice, ladies and gentlemen, if that's what you decide. A forethought. Sounds like it has to be planned, and certainly planning would account for a forethought, but it may be conceived at the very moment, a split second, or in conjunction with the act. So a forethought doesn't require planning for that malice to occur. All it has to do is exist in the moment, just a split second or in the moment that the act occurs. So when that trigger is pulled, as long as there's that intentional doing of a wrongful act, intent to inflict an injury, that would be an evil intent, a malignant recklessness, which you can infer from the circumstances of the case, then that's all you need. And how do you do that? I said infer, because people don't always yell out what their intentions are. You have to infer it from the circumstances of the case itself. Look at the crime scene, look at what happened, look at the backstory, look at all the circumstances that come together, and you can infer malice from those. Last little bit of law school. Malice and drugs. Voluntary intoxication does not impair a person's ability to act with malice aforethought. That's a legal principle. If you voluntarily get intoxicated, it is not a defense to a crime, and it does not negate the malicious nature of that crime. If one voluntarily intoxicates themselves, they are just as responsible for their actions as when they are not intoxicated. And the judge, again, take what the law comes from the judge, but this is a legal principle that you will hear. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense to a crime. And why does the law say that? Well, you can't take whatever it is and deny responsibility for what you've done under the law. All right? Move through this quickly because we've already talked about it. And just for scheduling, I'm going to have to stop my argument so that we can all eat. And that'll give you all a chance to get away from this for a little bit. But I'm going to go ahead and go through some of this that we just talked about, but very quickly. Gathering storm in Alex's life. We talked about the family legacy. You heard of how important that was to him and how important that was to this family and how it was in danger because of the boat case. The criminal charges as well as the civil charges. That legacy was in danger. And it was threatening also to expose him for who he really was, which would totally destroy his part of that legacy. Lose his career, lose his bar license, face consequences like he's never seen. He's also a successful lawyer and a part-time prosecutor. And as we go through and talk about the circumstances of this case and talk about the crime scene and the timeline and all the rest of it, think of it with that in mind. That this is an individual who is trained to understand how to put together cases, complex cases. He's been a prosecutor. He's done complex car wrecks. He understands the law. He's given closing arguments to juries before. So when you have a defendant like that, be thinking about whether or not this individual is constructing defenses and constructing alibis. Talked about his law practice. You've heard how lucrative it is. I had to struggle with him to get him to admit that he was wealthy, making more than $1 million a year. I'll let y'all decide whether or not that's wealthy, but he admitted ultimately that that was not uncommon for him to make that much money on top of stealing and borrowing on top of that. The important thing, though, to remember again, and I want to highlight this, is that they get, under the way that firm worked, they get their money at the end of the year. And then it's up to them to make it last. And that's the big problem that he had. That's why he had to get the Ferris fees. He can't, if he's out of money in May, he's not going to, unless he can borrow it or steal it, he's out of luck. And the hounds were at the gate. All right, we talked about this. He's got, you heard, I think Jeannie described him as having intentional chaos. We had the land deals. He's servicing this huge debt load. He constantly needs new money coming in. And this has been going on for more than a decade, a constant hamster wheel. The stress and the pressure of that would be extreme because it's been going on for so long, always having to stay one step ahead of the game, always having to beg, literally beg, borrow, or steal for over a decade to have the truth from being exposed.
How many different people made this PowerPoint with the different?
The big cases, his partners think he's straightened it out and paid off his debts, but he hadn't. He's getting paid millions of dollars, but he's stealing on top of that. It's not enough to keep that hamster wheel going.
Please tell me that's an animated picture. Hit play.
So he borrows and he steals. The methods I mentioned, you got the PSB checks, you got the fake forge, you got fake business expenses, running the firm card, and from his family and his law partners. Each one of these depends on him being able to sit down and look someone in the eye and convince them that what they're doing is right, when in reality that wasn't happening. And all those clients trusted him based on those. And we sat there and went through that, and it may have been exhausting, and I apologize for that, but he couldn't tell you about one conversation that he had that stuck with him. That's how easily it came to him. Is that relevant to your consideration of what he had to say to you? That's for y'all to decide. Couldn't name one conversation. Just had that same answer that he had rehearsed. And didn't want to talk about any of those individuals who trusted him, as he looked you in the eye and asked you to do the same. Down to the bottom. It's not just the clients, too. It's his staff. They're doing the paperwork. They're filling all that out. He had to fast talk them as well.
Whatever intern put these pictures in this PowerPoint, it's awful. This is so bad.
Alex's situation, I think, is akin to a Ponzi. And a Ponzi's kind of like a pyramid scheme where it depends on new money coming in to pay old investors. And it works. It'll work for a long time as long as you can keep that money coming in. But the second you can't, the second that you're out of options, it crashes and burns. That's how every Ponzi crashes and burns. And that's the situation that fundamentally his finances were like. And that's the situation that was arriving in June of 2021 when he was at the scene with the victims minutes before they died and lied to everyone who would listen about it. A gathering storm. The boat case, other factors that were arising, each one leading to that inevitable day of reckoning. You had the trial lawyers conference where he was confronted. Mark Tinsley was confronted by Alec. Alec, of course, denied it. Everybody's lying on Alec. Alec's telling you the truth, even though everyone who knew him had no idea who he was. Everyone. No one knew who he really was. The people who came in here and said we thought this about him, not a single person knew who he really was. That's how convincing he is. But he denies this confrontation. When Mark Tinsley was like, he bows up on Mark Tinsley. He's like, "What you doing, man, about the boat case?"
He bows up.
Mark says, "You're going to have to pay money to the Beach family.
Hey, Douglas,
Millions of dollars."
I don't know. I know there was a pretty heavy conversation going on.
Oh, it doesn't have
just
that.
ask people to focus.
He's barely one step ahead of
Appreciate
the
you
game.
being here. Let's just focus on the closing statements.
He doesn't have insurance coverage anymore, or at least not a big umbrella policy. And why? Because his insurance company dropped him after the Satterfield case. Insurance company thinks the money went to the Satterfield boys, but it didn't. They don't know that he's stolen it all, but they don't want to insure him anymore. So he doesn't have that to help him pay the Beach case. And so what's the one hope he has? And that's the Ferris case. And it's tried, and you get a verdict in February of 2021, $792,000. And eventually, he tells Chris Wilson, "I'm going to structure those," which is a lie.
There's so much
and
text
gets
on these
the
screens.
fees sent to him in March. And is spent in 2 months. But the boat case isn't going away. Mark says, "Show us your books if you're telling me you're broke." I think his testimony was, they said that he could probably cobble together $1 million, which I guess that's broke for him, but it wasn't enough. And so they refuse, and that's what leads to the motion to compel. And there's been a lot of argument about, oh, is that going to be granted or not? Will the judge have granted it? What we do know is that Mark Tinsley said that's what he was seeking to do, and he was seeking to do it because he had been told by the defense that he didn't have money. So he's like, prove it. None of us believe that, knowing what we know about you in this community. Prove it. Well, Alec can't have anybody subpoenaing his financial records because it's all going to be apparent. That forged account is going to open right up. He can't have that happen. It will all end. He'll lose his career. He will lose his livelihood. He will face investigations and consequences like he's been able to avoid his entire life. But if he can just stay one step ahead, just 1 month longer, 1 day longer, then he's never going to have to face that accountability that he has to face. The hearing is scheduled for June 10th, 2021. And no one's here to argue to you that it's definitely going to be granted. All we're arguing to you is what the witnesses said they were intending to do. And as you've seen in court over the past 6 weeks, things happen and a process starts. And once that process starts, there's a conclusion to it. There's a conclusion to that. And then you heard from Tony Satterfield, who got up on the stand and talked about the fact that there was some coverage about this case as we move into the spring of 2021, and he hears from Alec, and Alec lies to him and says, yeah, we're hoping to get this case moving, and you saw the text message to that effect when the reality was that it had already been stolen. How's he going to pay that, ladies and gentlemen? That's millions of dollars. It's millions of dollars. And eventually, they're going to figure out that this money's already been paid.
Little Miss, was there a
Insurance
typo
company thinks it's gone the right place.
on his presentation?
At some point, the question is going to get asked, and that alone is going to break everything apart. Ferris case, this is when his paralegal finds the expense check and not the fee check. And I've already told you this part of the story, and y'all have heard the testimony, but it sets off that inquiry from the second juror. So now we have this on top of everything else that we're mentioning. This is like nothing he's ever experienced. He's always been able to stay one step ahead of the game. But after the boat case, his appetite's increased greatly. He started stealing millions of dollars, and now he's running out of options, and all these factors are converging. All they're converging. And they're converging on 1 week, 1 day. And that arrives. His father's in the hospital. There's a confrontation with Jeannie. Alec tells her, manages to ward off the conversation by saying Mr. Randolph is terminal. He, of course, denies that, so I guess Jeannie's lying on him too. But that's what she says happened. He's working on the boat case. And then the tragedy happens. And it worked. It's not the only reason, but it's part of the reason. The pressures on this man were unbearable, and they were all reaching a crescendo the day his wife and son were murdered by him. All on that day. And in the wake of this, everything changes. People stop asking about these things. The community has changed like you would expect. People are concerned, they're scared, they're worried. And everything's changed. The backlash from the boat case has gone away, and all of that has changed. And that's why Mark Tinsley thought his case was over. This may seem like, really? But who would understand that better than him? This is exactly the kind of work he did. His skills as a lawyer were understanding the emotional value of a case, understanding the sympathies of a case. If you have a sympathetic plaintiff and an unsympathetic defendant, that is, in the civil world, that's a big case. But if those get reversed, if those change, if all of a sudden your defendant is more sympathetic, it changes it. It changes the entirety of what Mark Tinsley's position on this case was for the Beach family, that Alec was going to have to pay money. And that's what he told you from the stand. He said if Alec had been the victim of some unsuspect or some random vigilante, the entirety of the case has changed. And I'm not taking the same position. I'm not trying to demand that level of recovery. He gets a $750. Well, he gets $600 of it. Ultimately gets a $750 loan. He convinces Chris Wilson. That heads off to Ferris. That's pretty much the main thing he did after this, was to make sure he could get that money, enough of it to Chris Wilson so that he would send an email to the law firm saying, hey, everything's cool, I got it. It's all good. And that's what the law firm thought. It's the main thing he did in the wake of the murders of his wife and son, was he made sure to stay, again, one step ahead of the game, because he had more time now. He had time he didn't have on June 7th, but he had it now. And that's the first thing he did. It's the first thing he did. It's the main thing he did, was keep the hamster wheel going. I know it seems like a lot, but you have to consider the unique circumstances of this particular man. This particular man who has proven over and over again that he will do anything to keep that hamster wheel going and to avoid accountability. And he's been doing it for over 10 years. He just finally reached a point that he had never reached before. Of course, the hearing on the motion to compel gets canceled. Who would go forward with that in the wake of what's happened? That goes away. It doesn't, I think you heard from the testimony up there, it doesn't get rescheduled till long after everything crashes and burns in September. It doesn't even get rescheduled in the wake of this. You don't have to worry about that either, and the potential that had for exposing who he was. Because the second somebody looks at his accounts, the second his own partner Danny Henderson looks at his accounts as in representing him and says, well, let me see him. He can't do that. He can't do that. He can't even show them to his own partner. Because what's going to happen? They're going to see it too. He can't let that happen, or everything falls apart. And he loses everything, including that legacy that you heard from individuals up there is so important to him, more important than anything. I'm not going to go through all of this, but this is the timeline. And you can see and I'll let y'all look at that, but you can see how this develops, how this hamster wheel continues, how he always has to be one step ahead of the game. You know, we've talked about the Redbeard and the Zero United. Those are the land deals that went bad. They get charged off, but yet Palmetto State Bank, still dealing with him. He then appoints Russell Lafitte a conservator and borrows up to $1 million from the Plyler girls' accounts without their knowledge. And then he has to steal money from the Badger case, where he's already making a huge amount of legal fees. He has to steal money from the Badger case to pay off the Plyler girls before they turn 18, and then there's an accounting for that.
But Charlie, we're waiting for that. We're waiting for that.
And then he opens up the Forge account, and it continues. $338,000 from Dion Martin, Johnny Bush, Manuel Sanders, and Richard, $225,000. He's maxing out $1 million line of credit. The only way to stay afloat is to beg, borrow, and steal. He's maxing out $1 million line of credit. He steals some more money, but he's right back to where he was. March of 2018, he's now maxed out not only $1 million line of credit, but also a $600,000 line of credit. A line of credit, almost like a credit card, maxed out.
But different.
Then the boat crash happens, and look what happens to the figures. $3.7 million, $1.1 million, $1 million. And then you have the double homicide.
Creighton's just admiring his PowerPoint right now.
This is some of the exhibits. This is, as you recall, there'll be the statements, and they're in evidence showing the defendant's assets on June 7th, 2021, and the reds are his liabilities. That one's green, but it's negative. And then over here, that's where he was a couple months later. He borrowed $750,000 and still ended up $347,000 in the hole, which part of that had to cover. I think it was called the most generous overdraft policy ever conceived. Because, I mean, in fairness, though, he did get a $5 overdraft charge right there. So, anyway. All right, what else do we have? Because we've talked about a lot of things about the finances, and I know that there's been a lot of that, but it's really the only way to understand all the things that were affecting this middle-aged, outwardly successful professional man who had all these pressures upon him, like no one had ever seen. Well, we've got the pills. He claims he's had a pill addiction for 20 years. But what does he say about that? He says it makes him paranoid. He says it makes him agitated. He says opiates give him energy. Use your common sense about that. But he also says, and he even said this in the telephone interview after the side of the road, that the withdrawals will make you do anything to get rid of them. That's common sense as well. We know how powerful opiates can be and how the addiction of opiates can be extremely powerful. The withdrawals, not being dope sick, can be extremely powerful. But he's also saying he's taking 1,000 milligrams a day. And he's trying to blame all his theft on that. But that's not what
he's skipping through so much. Nobody can even read what's going on.
They reflect an insatiable desire for money in a hamster wheel that's been going on for a long time.
It should be page 1, page 2, page 3.
You don't really see the escalation from his drug dealer until March of 2021. I would ask you also, one of the tenets of juries is common sense. That's what you're here for, is for an individual and then a collective common sense. Common sense, 1,000 milligrams a day, does that sound survivable?
Hey, Douglas,
He sat
Charlie,
there on that
I
stand
appreciate both of you guys being here.
and told you that's
We're
what he was
Pickle's
taking.
not
That is, we're
politics.
gonna
It
go
was
through
just
this
distracting
process.
the conversation.
We're going to talk about what he said on the stand and how
I don't want
many
either of you to
times
leave. I
on
like
the
your
fly
opinions.
that he looked you in your eyes and didn't tell you the truth. He's very good at it. His own partner said that. He's very, very good at it. Now, I leave it to you to decide whether 1,000 milligrams a day is survivable with opiates. And if it was, that you could still engage in work, have a successful practice, and then on top of that, engage in these complex conspiracies to steal and fool everyone and live a life and have people outwardly think that you're, who you profess to be in public. If you were taking 1,000 milligrams a day, does that make common sense? I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't. I have no doubt that he was taking opiate pills. But I think he looked you, and I would submit to you to decide whether or not he looked you in the eye and claimed an amount that's inconsistent with whatever else we know about this man. That's really inconsistent with survivability as a matter of common sense. He can never function at the level he's been functioning, keeping up with these pressures, staying one step ahead for over a decade if he was taking that much dope. I would submit to you. Just one other lie that I would submit to you as a lie that he's trying to get you to believe, to feel sympathetic for him, as if the dope was the cause of the money and the cause of his issues, when the reality is it wasn't. This had been going on for a long time, and the finances proved differently. But what else about this? You've seen the interviews. And we're going to play some clips of these interviews, but I'm not going to play them all for you again. You've watched them. But if you have any questions, go back and watch them. He talks about being paranoid. Listen, watch those interviews when he's with Dave Owen. He doesn't look like he's withdrawing from any drugs. His responses are appropriate. He's not in displaying any paranoia. He's smooth. He's focused on the events. He's focused on trying to get information about the case from law enforcement officers, which is interesting in its own right. Why is he so focused on that? And in Savannah, where supposedly he was detoxing, he sat down, as you've heard the testimony, with a composite sketch artist and went through the whole process to come out with this picture, which I swear is not me.
It's Weather Watch. That's Thomas.
How do you do that? How do you do that if you're on that much dope? So why did he tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Why did he look you in the eye and tell you that as he sat there on that stand trying to explain what was going on? It's interesting also that in one of the interviews with law enforcement, there were 3 interviews, June 8th, June 10th, and August 11th, before we get to the side of the road, that he mentions that Paul was a little detective. That's very interesting for him to mention that, because you heard from Marion Proctor, Maggie's sister, that Maggie called Paul that, the little detective, specifically in reference to Paul paying attention and trying to keep Alec from taking pills. Why would he bring that up? That's an interesting thing to bring up, because that was what that was in reference to. And what do we know? We know that in May, if we talk about all the pressures that are coming upon him, all these financial things that we've talked about, this exhausting hamster wheel that's been going on forever, the need to beg, borrow, and steal, stay one step ahead, and he's running out of options there. On top of that, we know in May that Paul sends a text to him saying, Mom found some pills, we need to talk. Mom found some pills and we need to talk. Another pressure from Paul and Maggie.
Plot twist.
On him.
What if Paul's like, oh crap, Mom
And if
found
you
our
look at
pills.
the texts, the weekend of the ball game on June the 7th, and those are in evidence. Alec is not at the game. And he's texting back and forth, and Maggie's like, don't come if you feel bad. And he's like, well, I think I can get a late checkout. And then he's like, at 1 o'clock, they made me leave. I submit to you, it's a reasonable inference they were on him at this time. They were watching him like a hawk. Opiates, the most powerful of withdrawals. And everything's coming to a head, including this as well. Run out of money, running out of options, doesn't get paid in any significant way until December, already stole the fares fees and spent that money in 2 months, has an expensive pill habit, and accountability and consequences will undo everything in his life, everything that is his self-identity, everything, the only things that he cares about. He doesn't care about lying to his partners and his family and his friends and his clients if it will delay accountability for him. He'll do it in a heartbeat.
Hey, Douglas, I'll talk to you after. I just don't want to interrupt
all of
the closing argument with this,
is about to
if
be
that's all right.
We had a good stopping point.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take 1 hour and 15 minutes for lunch. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay. Let me first address this closing by Mr. Waters. I am a little biased. I admit I'm a little biased. I do not think PowerPoints are the best method of convincing anyone of anything. And reading a PowerPoint presentation is the worst possible.
Attorneys get to do today that they haven't in the past is weave all
this together. Thank you very much. A PowerPoint presentation can be useful. They're great for showing charts. They're great for visualizing numbers that are hard to read or are hard to visualize without that. You put a pie chart on there and say, hey, here's this. You put a graph that shows here's how sales are improving. That's great. That's great to share numbers like that. If you're putting bullet points and you're reading them off to the jury and you're packing 10-point font on there, it's like having a billboard with 10-point font on the side of the road. Nobody reads it. Nobody reads it. It does nothing. There's so much words that it just, well, that was a mess type thing. I think it's turning the jury out. He has the opportunity here to do a great job in closing and sum everything together. He started and it was tempting. It sounded like he was going to just, wrap up the financial things a little bit more expansive than I wanted, but just sort of sum it up together and just present it to us and then move on. And he started that way, and then he fell into the trap. It's like he got too close to the financial stuff, and then he fell in again. And just let's go into all the details. And he loves hitting the finances because honestly, he has evidence of that. He has the receipts. He has the cash checks. He has all the money trail. Okay, he can follow the money and see it all goes from where it should have been into Alex's pocket. And that's easy for him to do as a prosecutor to say, let's focus on that. Unfortunately for Mr. Waters, this trial is not about the money. It's about the murders. And the money is part of that. I admit. I do believe that the money, the information about the finances, it should have been bought in some degree. Not to the degree it was, but I believe it's important. I think it has to do with motive. I think that he's right when he says that pressure was building in his life financially. I think that's right. But it's just, oh man. PowerPoint, the wrong way to do it. Whoever made the PowerPoint did an awful job, honestly. I mean, PowerPoints are not good to begin with. Just like, we'll talk about this in a minute. I think YouTube, and specifically chat, is the least effective place to have a political discussion. discussions that have lots of facets to them, there's a lot of back and forth and opinion and different viewpoints. It's very hard to have that discussion effectively in YouTube. Do I think it should be had? Yes, I do. It's just very hard to make it happen in chat. That's why we do the pickles, not politics. They're topics that we should talk about. And maybe we can get into them a little bit more when we're voice chatting with each other than we can in chat in here. I will say, Douglas, I don't want you to go. Charlie, I don't want you to go. Both of you have opinions that oftentimes are different than mine, but I appreciate you. I like that voice in chat. I like you guys to be here. Douglas, I realize you got a timeout. I probably was about to time out both of you. But Charlie would just beat you to the I'll pull it back thing. It's not that you guys were breaking any rules. It's just that it was distracting from what was happening. And it's sort of the pickles, not politics theme was like, hey, let's dial it back just a little bit. That's all. But I don't want either one to go. It just seemed to be a little distraction for the channel. I'll apologize on behalf of the mods. I don't want anyone to feel offended. They're trying to do their best work to try to read my mind as far as what I would want for the channel. Sometimes they act a little more than I would, and sometimes they act a little less. And I do apologize for that. I wish I could stop at any moment and just clarify everything for all of you. But let's see. Matthew Harris, I think Waters should be prosecuted for this PowerPoint presentation for attempted murder. It nearly killed me. Yes. Richard says, I've been talking to them for a while. It's interesting with that proper dosing for genuine needs rarely results in addiction. But yes, I'm a legit expert. All of us are experts in the field. Anything we have experience in now, we can be considered experts because I can toss a phone and catch it. Let's see. Prosecution's best evidence. Jeff Jorgensen says, Alex Murdaugh left his phone at the house when he went to the kennels, planned to lie about being there, but got busted by Snapchat video. That is great. It is circumstantial, but it's very convincing evidence in my mind. The fact that Alex Murdaugh has his phone with him at all times, everywhere else he goes, even when he's out riding the property, we know that he's got his phone with him, but then he leaves his house at the kennels, he lies about it, and then gets caught later and has to explain. Has Waters finished? I had a student come by and talk to me. Sorry. No, Pam, he is not finished. He's got, look, Samantha Terry gifted a membership to Mojica Nation. Awesome. Congratulations. He is not finished. He has to take a break. This is like a breathing room. It's just for lunch, and he knew that he was going to have to do this. Let me start the video here for Zoom. Not sure if anyone wants to connect, but we'll see if that happens. Let's see. I think it's working. Okay. Waters is not proving murder. Has prosecution ended, or will it continue after break? It's going to continue. It's lunch break. I can toss a phone and replace it. That's why I have a burner phone. If I drop it, I can just get a new one, right? Waters needed to channel his inner Tom Cruise and A Few Good Men. Yeah, this was not the best we've seen from Waters. Anytime he's, you've got to realize the jury. Okay, I'm watching this on a big screen. You guys might be watching this on a small phone, a tablet device. Some of you do have a big screen as well. But even if it's on a big screen, could you read everything that was on those pages? And he's flipping back and forth as he's trying to make his point. He was using the PowerPoint as like his brain dump and as inspiration for what he was going to say. I think it's a poor presentation method that's not effective. But honestly, will it hurt them? I don't know. The jury might have already made up their minds. This might just be, just something they have to sit through before they can make the decision, and they might rule in his favor in spite of him, or they might rule against him in spite of him. I don't know. But nobody's perfect. I really appreciate what you do. Keep us in line. You guys are all good. I appreciate being here. Let's see. Recovery, it's a baseball field to play on. Guys like Douglas are playing football. There are other channels for that. I've been where he is. It's sort of fun. It's back and forth. We do roam outside of other topics all the time. If it gets back and forth and it gets heated, That's where probably another channel would probably be best for that conversation, but I don't want people to leave. I bet A.G. Wilson is all about to tell Waters to change method after lunch. Hopefully he gets some direction. But I think, honestly, he got that direction beforehand, and that's why we're seeing Waters sort of skipping through the PowerPoint. Really, he should just skip the PowerPoint. The fact that we've got like multiple formats, they just copied and pasted like the jury instruction portion about the law. He said, we're going to go to law school now. I'm going to teach you. They just like copied and pasted stuff. Awful formatting, just like black text on white screen type thing. And then they have this other theme with a little bookmark tab and the the awful clip art, and the stock footage they're putting in here on some things. It's like they started doing that, and now we just abandoned that altogether. The distraction of having the art is gone altogether, and now it's just text, just pages of text. Let's see. Where are we? Let's see. If it is a hung jury, in your opinion, says Pam, will they retry this? If they do, I'm cashing my frequent flyer miles and headed to the Palmetto State for a retrial. If it's a hung jury, I think they'll retry it, especially if there was like only one holdout and the rest were going to convict. But if it was the other way, only one of the jury voted to convict, I think they would not. I think they'd wait and say, let's see what happens on these financial crimes. And if he locks away for the rest of his life, we might as well just take that as the win. Poot will talk now till the sun goes down. I think it's Jim. I think Jim's doing the closing. Poot wanted to have a tag team effort in closing, and the judge said, no, I'm not inclined to let you do that. It's going to be one of you. And yeah, the state gets two bites at it. The state has two segments, and sometimes that can be two different people that present those two different parts. Oftentimes it is. But on the defense side, they have to go all in one go, and they don't let two lawyers make that argument. You would have taken Paul's phone out, not Maggie's, because it had video of him chipping a tree. Alex Murdaugh didn't do it. Let's see. Paul had his phone at the kennels. If he was found guilty, his family would abandon him. He doesn't want that. I don't think the family will abandon him if he's found guilty. I think they will believe that what they believe right now will continue, and they'll think that he was wrongfully convicted. Maybe he knows he has to go through the rounds and receive his participation trophy. Let's see. Guys, everyone take a deep breath in chat. We know that towards the end of trial, we got a lot more people in here that maybe don't know that we're a pretty easygoing group and pretty civil. Let's just dial it back just a little bit. Big breath. Don't be offended. Don't continue the fight. You don't need the last word. It's all right. Not sure what the boomer conversation is doing in here. I don't see the the benefit for that one. Michelle Johnson says, Recover Addict and chat, Alec is a liar, and I think Mr. Waters, is saying that if he can lie about being at the kennel, Alec could steal money. It's possible Alec could murder too. Yeah, but that's not proof, right, Michelle? I hear you. I say I think Mr. Waters' argument was better approaching the jury saying, look, we know Alec can lie. He looks at people and he lies. You have to consider that when you say how convincing was his testimony, because all those people he stole money from were convinced. Everybody, millions of dollars, all his friends, his family, his law partners were all convinced that he was telling them the truth. Just keep that in mind when you think about his testimony to you. Reasonable doubt with good in the law. I'd love to have that talk with her. If her computer's working, that would be great. Is the judge speaking? No, the judge is not speaking right now. I think the point Waters is getting at is he only has admitted to what he got caught in. It already charged him, and Alec Murdaugh wouldn't waive his right to a speedy trial, so they were forced to go to trial before they had all their ducks in a row. They didn't expect that. Okay, that's the speedy trial aspect, little miss. When is the Koberger trial supposed to start? We don't have a date yet, Anthony, on that one that I know of. There are some developments. I know that some of the search The search warrant stuff got released already, but not really. It's nothing really spicy. Basically, just some black clothing. That's what they're searching for. Justin Alex just learned there are no spicy maple bourbon pickles in prison. Oh man, that's rough. In that case, I'm not going. That's it. I've made my decision. I'm not going to prison. I can give me a sec. Sounds good, Goodman. We're gonna have a talk with Nicole, and then we're gonna have a break for lunch. And maybe, I'm not sure if Matthew wants to jump in at the same time. It's an open invitation for both of you. Zoom's open if you'd like. Let's see. I think it's open. Yes, it is. Alex may have committed the murders, but how does anyone know? State didn't prove it. SLED did sloppy investigation. Emmy did sloppy autopsy. State did sloppy case to jury. It was sloppy all around, Ann. Do you remember Chris Benoit? Or Benoit? He did something similar. Killed his son and wife, but hung himself. Yeah. We'll see if her computer's working. Hopefully Nicole can join us without any technical hiccups. I have to stay up to date in chat in case she appears behind me and I don't see her. If you break for lunch, you're going to eat Eastern North Carolina barbecue. Pam, I am not. I do eat it. It's not my favorite, but I do like it. You know what sounds good? Checking out one of these live stream courts around the country just to tune in. It would be fun. Let's see. Fitz News is showing the field trip via Court TV. We've seen it so many times. I might look at it over lunch. We might share it later if there's a break. Let's see. O-Town Chill says, Murdaugh said I would never intentionally hurt them. He never denied, lied to police. He is acting guilty. Did Alex Murdaugh have his phone at the kennels? Jeff, no. He did not. We know the phone. If he had his phone, it was turned off. But I don't think we had any evidence that the phone was turned off. Matthew says, "We'll pass on this one. I have to defer to Nicole. I have to finish our How to Negotiate with a Narcissist video tomorrow and have court in an hour." Well, Matthew, good luck in court and good luck with your video. Can't wait to see it when that drops. I think they hastily charged this case without having a slam dunk case because after charging and not waiving speedy, it sacrificed a slam dunk. Sue, what case is that live in Kenosha? Because I'm looking at a branch 2 in Waukesha County. I'm not seeing anything from Judge Doro's courtroom. You want to see the Visine case? I want to see that one as well. The Boone case, oh my goodness. Sarah Boone is going to be fantastic. I hope it does stick with the April start date. I hope it doesn't push later because that's going to be a lot of fun to follow. I still think the field trip should have gone to Walmart, bought us pickles, and sent to us for dedication to the trial. Earth to Cindy discovered in me in the DB case. That was when I started Earth to Cindy. That was my first case that I live streamed. There's no shortage of atrocities to cover. Unfortunately, Kelly, I wish there was. I wish it would be. I would love to have the dilemma of not having trials to choose from. That there just weren't all these killings going on. Alex Baldwin is going to be a tough one. I don't know. The problem is that there are very strong political leanings in that case, and it seems to bring that out amongst the people who are following it. And we're a Pickles Not Politics channel, although I'm a big fan of being involved in politics. YouTube's not the best format for that. Critics of Doro's run for Supreme Court say she was too lenient on Brooks. What do you think? She lost, right? She came in third in that run, so she's out. I guess hindsight is 20/20, and maybe I can definitely see a lot of people saying you should have, you threatened so many times to gag him. You threatened so many times to to do something and you never did. So yeah, I can see people saying that was too lenient for sure. You've been here since the start, Earth to Cindy. Remember me telling you about the 3 law officers being killed here and some wounded badly? The killer committed suicide a day or so ago while in jail. Oh, man. Whew. Bad situation. I have not had Grillo's pickles. Back to the left. I have not. Michelle Johnson says, if Alec didn't have anything to do with the murders, why would Alec lie about not being in the kennels unless Alec had something to do with the murders? That's the common sense part in me. That is very hard to get past. Why would he lie about that right from the get-go and say he wasn't there when he was? Unless there's something he's trying to hide. I'm not saying, because I'm not the person that says, you should talk to the cops. If you have nothing to hide, you should just, do whatever they say type thing. I'm not that guy. I'm the guy that says, hey, you don't have to talk to the cops unless you, legally are required to. I like preserving those freedoms, but he wasn't trying to say, I have the right to silence. I shouldn't tell you something. He was trying to help the police. He volunteered. He said, hey, here I am. I'd like to talk to you about this. And he volunteered a lie. And why would you do that? Why would you volunteer a lie unless there was a reason for that? Oh, this is weird. WLTX is now running commercials on their YouTube channel. That's interesting. Politics and religion are a no-no. I wouldn't say they're a no-no. They're just difficult conversations to have in chat on YouTube. I am religious myself. I am political myself. And I believe other people should too. I'm not going to tell them what they should be. Some of my, the most valuable relationships I have and friendships I have are with people who differ completely with me on both of those, whether it's politics and religion. There was actually a friend I had going to school when I was doing communications in school that told me that he didn't vote because it wasn't worth the effort. And this is someone who was completely 100% opposite of me politically. And I went to all the effort I could to teach him about voting, how he could register, how easy it was to get involved, where he could get information, why it was so important for him to vote. Yeah, he's just going to cancel my vote, right? Him voting means my vote, sort of doesn't matter because it's all weighed on who has, it's when it's counted, it cancels me out. But I think the process is better if there's involvement from more people. And so yes, we don't do much politics here. That's a no-no sort of on the channel. And we don't get involved a lot in religion as well. I do believe in everyone's right to worship how may or what they may, how, where, or what they may. This channel is the only channel I've come to the front bench and been vocal. Thank you so much for being a pickle buddy. Thank you, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you're here. It would not be the same without you. The right to remain to be silent is not the same as lying to officers. He volunteered a lie. I don't recall this. When he was talking to the officers about what happened that night, he was not Mirandized. He was not in custody. He was a witness, basically. He was just he's the guy who called the police. He found it, and he's just reporting what he found. And he said that he was never down there, that he never was down there during that time. That was a lie. He was, that he hadn't come down there. Lindsay says, the thing is, he claims to be wanting to help volunteer evidence, but there's no way possible for him to have known about the kennel video yet. Therefore, he wouldn't know to lie yet. Okay, I have to think this one through. He claims to be wanting to volunteer evidence, but there's no possible way for him to know about the kennel video. He didn't know about that until Sled confronted him with the video. Therefore, he wouldn't know to lie yet. But he did lie. So he lied because he didn't know there was a video, and he thought that he could get away with that. That story would fly. That to me is some pretty strong circumstantial evidence that points to his involvement. Let's see. And by lie yet, I mean he wouldn't offer up the truth because he didn't have any reason to. Bella says, I'm about to flip a coin on going to the pool. It's 86 degrees. Thanks, Weather Watch. Yeah, you're in some good weather. It's 75 here, so I'm not far behind you, about 11 degrees or so. When Sled confronted him with the video, that was the video of him and Paul with the trees. We never once saw him react to the kennel video. I don't think he knew about the kennel video, though. When did we find out that he found out about the kennel video? When did the family find out? Just before? Was it like during discovery, leading up to the trial? Don't recall his interview in the office. First thing he asked was, have any clues? He was fishing for himself. Okay. Yeah, we've got bars and tone on channel 2. Good thing I turned the audio off. Weather Watch sent some people snow and some people 85-degree weather, which is awesome. Okay, we might have to catch Nicole on the flip side. I'm not sure if she had something come up or something, but let's. We need to have some lunch break. What time does court start again? My notes say the agent testified to not only uncovering kennel video in November 2002. No one knew about it yet because the video was never sent to anyone. So they uncovered the video in November 2022, a year later. Is that what you're saying? No, the murders were in 2022, right? Okay, now I'm confused. Yes, let's go eat. Rhonda, I'm with you on this one. We'll be back at 2 o'clock straight up. Maybe we'll start just a little bit earlier and see if we can get Nicole there, if their computer is going to play nicely for her. We'll see if we can bring her on then. All righty. Fun fact, Creighton Waters jams out to Nickelback. He also plays songs from the Eagles with his cover band, which he plays the guitar for. All right, guys, it's fun. I'm glad we got to... Whoa, that was a little loud. Got to have some great information today with a lot of things happening. Glad the jury's seen the light at the end of the tunnel. I think we're about halfway through the state's closing arguments. I think we can get through all the states today. Hopefully we'll get through the defense as well. Either way, the end is near, as the sign said, right? Justice is coming in one form or another, whichever side that means for you. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe until we go live. It's going to be 2 o'clock this afternoon. Give us about half an hour. We'll be back for part 2 of closing arguments for the state. Thanks, guys. We'll see you.